Welcome everybody to Tuesday night. I'm MCToon. I'm your host, and tonight I'm gonna do what similar to what I did last week. But last week I announced last week that I was gonna go on a Discord server, and so what did all the flat earthers do? They ran away. They ran so far away. I hope you like Flock of Seagulls. That's what they did. They're so scared of me. I am apparently, as of last week, I am official flerf repellent. I show up, or I announce that I'm going to show up, and they scamper off like roaches when you turn the light on. And what an appropriate metaphor for them. So anyway, I didn't tell anybody. I'm just going to jump in now. The rules are a little different. When I set up and I talk to a Discord server owner, even a Flat Earth one, they're like, yeah, you can come in, you can have this room set aside, you can have mod privileges, and it's your show. And so like I get a lot of latitude, and I don't like. Really, the latitude I need is to have the globe. Number one, the globe earthers not try to jump in all the time, right? Like, I get it. Like, you want to talk and stuff, but it's I'm doing a show here, and so it's a little bit of not just listening in to a bunch of people in Discord. So there's that. But also, flatties like to dogpile, and so if there's a little bit of organization, then less dogpiling happens. So that's a good thing. So what I probably will be seeing here more tonight is more dogpiling. They're going to try to dogpile more, but I'm just going to come in and I'm going to just say, look, I falsified flat earth, and you can't unfalsify. You can't provide to me the actual evidence for what I falsified. You can't argue it, and they'll try, but they will fail. So anyway, let me get this set up here. There we go. That looks good. And a little bit taller here. All right. Here we go. So anyway, they don't know I'm coming. I've not announced, which is whatever. We're going to see how it goes. So anyway, I won't say anything at first. I'm going to go to the Earth Awakening server.
Have to be.
All right, let's listen in.
And then consciousness, what? Yeah.
Ooh, he's wasted.
I mean, the holographic, like the part is in the hole and the hole is in the part. That would seem contradictory from one level.
No, that's such an anchovy.
Like, wait a minute, those are opposites in a way.
Anchovy, anchovy mobile. It's your statement.
Wow, that guy is.
It's your statement now.
Blasted.
Gio just had his statement. It's your turn now.
Well, I mean, I don't really have a response to it. If the way he feels about what he thinks going on here, I'm less worried about. There's no way for me to know, right? So I'm not even worried about that part. It's just if we do ever find out what this place is and where it's from, I just hope that it's if it is a creator, I just hope it is a good one,
Man, well, that's a beautiful statement right there. So,
well, I think, but I thought like I was responding a bit to your thing where you were saying, because I was describing the idea of like, if you were in an omniscient state of consciousness where you literally had all the knowledge, and then
I'll take over now, bro.
Look at that.
Like, why would you then want to, if you had all the knowledge?
This is from Earth is Life, a Glober. Been around a long time.
State of having all the knowledge would want to then create something like humans.
Mr. E-Man says, he's only one Moscow Mule deeper than you are. I'm 0. So,
in my personal opinion, if this is how it turns out, I would do it differently.
Yeah, hey man, I think we all would.
He's so wasted.
But that would be the eternal you just saying you would do it differently. But
well, that's the thing. If you're telling me he's all knowing, if it is all knowing, that means it knew it would be like this.
Remember,
yeah,
I'm muted right now on their server.
we exist. I mean, ultimately that would exist outside of all of time. So like
they don't.
If you're in
I'm not super excited to interrupt.
We have what we call time. Would you agree, Anchovy, that would imply that like all of time, or what we call it from beginning to end, would all be in that eternity?
Oh my gosh, he's so deep.
Beyond, it created it outside of time. Therefore, it would have access to like the whole timeline from beginning to end.
Too many Fosters, says.
Yeah, but that wouldn't really change anything for me.
It's beer.
So
I don't drink beer.
Time is created by human beings, and then the word infinite. That's what we all think infinite is.
Oh my gosh.
So if there is an infinite being, like an all-time being, like God or something, if it's an infinite being, that means it's infinite. So
wow,
it's just hard to wrap your head.
The guy's too wasted.
The infinity and eternality are hard to in a like corporeal, like physical mind state.
Oh my
that we find
gosh.
ourselves in as humans, where time is passing.
Anyway, everybody remember, Aussies drink Fosters.
Wrap your mind around.
That'll get them upset.
Anchovy, like, would you think? Okay, so. You know how like the game, like The Sims, like that Sims game, and obviously tons of other games where people love to be a character, go through a world, do whatever. What about the idea that infinite source, which again, like in what I'm describing, it wouldn't really be outside of you; it would actually be you. But what about even the idea that from that source state, it just created like an incredibly complex, long lasting with
Geo loves just talking and talking and talking so much, just blah.
And who knows what
blah.
came before and what's coming after? But what about all of life as like a massive sim game for that source to
I like these from Earth is Life.
And that would include like being a human that has limited.
That's how
knowledge.
flights actually happen.
We're learning. We're trying to find our creativity. Express, etc.
South Africa to Sydney.
If
real flight.
If that dude playing the game knows that this feels very real to us and we're going through hardships like we do, I'd say it's pretty selfish to want to play a video game and put us through this instead of just, I don't know, maybe you could have done it. Could have made the game a different way.
No, that does almost sound like grotesque to think. Well, because I mean, the stuff that goes on, like wars and people getting shot and all kinds of.
What ifs is their whole life?
Now, what about bringing it back to what I was saying before? What about if that is you? Like you're playing the game. You made the game. What about then?
Then I'm fucked up.
Then you're what? You're fucked up.
Then I'm probably not well, I don't know. I must have a different logic up there.
Copper in quarter, you are in luck then, because I have a feeling there's some dumb stuff going to happen here more.
Person as Anchovy, I feel the same way. Like I realize that on that level we are creating, or it is happening, being created, like car accidents, extreme diseases, people dying of like meningitis, like whatever, just crazy stuff that's all goes on, and people get run over by a boulder one day when they're hiking. People get eaten by a lion.
This is insane.
To think of that almost sounds
this like, right here.
Anyway, like
I've looked at this before. It's nuts.
He talks about too, when we get into this.
He gets everything wrong.
View of it, but then like me as a person, I would never do that. Like
so, this is Taking Back Eden.
Absolutely wrong. I would never do it. Never advise anyone do it either. But I realize
Taking Back Eden. This is just some random stuff that he put on here. None of this makes any sense here. Geometric blockage, surface curvature hides lower object portions from direct line of sight, right? So this is a globe. It's showing mostly correct stuff. This line of sight here isn't correct, that it's curving up for a bit and then curving down a small amount. Like generally it just curves down for the most part and up a little bit in very select areas. He's got this warmer, thinner air up high, which isn't what happens. We get colder air up high, not warmer. So why does he have that? That doesn't make sense. But this one here, this is the crazy one here. He's showing on the right side here. You can't see my cursor, unfortunately, but on the right side here, he's actually got a sugar or salt, probably sugar, tank where it's curving the light path down, and he's claiming that downward refraction will cause things to be blocked over a flat surface. It's pure insanity. He doesn't understand anything. He's not so bright. All right, let's hear him again.
Birth process, death, rebirth, mysteries, and it's process of like growth and transformation. These seem to be like that creative principle seems to like desire, in my view, like what desire these kinds of experiences, and like the transformation and the rite of passage. It seems to be like, at least that, and when it comes
this is a new one from him.
Because obviously like deer or like some other animal, they have their own.
What is this?
Thing going on. They're not really like trying to like find their soul necessarily. They're just being a deer. In their kind of state. But in a human state, like,
surface.
But yeah, that
winds?
rite of passage,
What
I think,
causes
is
the
a major.
winds?
I mean, I even think like
because the sun takes a circular path,
perspective, like each life
causing
is
the
a
winds.
passage
Oh
for
my
the soul.
gosh!
So yeah, like if that ultimate creative principle wants
So
to create all
dumb.
these souls and then have them go through these,
So
like,
dumb.
no, like the hero's
The
journey,
jet stream
rite of
direction
passage,
on the one right down here.
lifetime.
It's
And
going
so,
both
yeah, maybe
directions at the same
ultimately we'll all
time.
rejoin
How
with
does
our
that happen?
source, and we'll be back in that
Oh my
omnipotent,
gosh!
omniscient, omnipresent mind state. And through that rite of passage and transformation, we would like return.
What
to
is
source.
this idiocy? He
That's
thinks
one idea, and that's like obviously central. in
he
a lot of
thinks
the
down south
Eastern
is down.
traditions
Oh
and
my
other mystical
gosh!
traditions
So
as well,
dumb.
that there's like a process like that
Poor
occurring that we're all
guy.
going through.
He's mentally handicapped. Hey, Gio.
Everyone
Hey,
has
what's
their
up?
own little sources.
Oh, just dropping in to say hi.
Right on. Welcome.
See-
I think Amphibious was gonna. I said I was gonna be short, but I went on a little longer. Did you remember what you were gonna say, Amphibious?
Yeah, what you said was beautiful, man. I was just going to branch off, and earlier people had mentioned like they kind of painted like a false dichotomy where God would
I always
be
like to talk about the
all-knowing and
false
all-powerful,
dichotomies.
or that he doesn't.
They never
exist at
present
all.
the real
And
dichotomies.
I think there's a lot of middle ground there. I think the creator, could have created this place and is going through this rite of passage, but there are other, like things in his realm that he has to deal with.
If you're on
I
the server,
don't
just
understand why
tell
people don't consider
tell
that
that
at
Taking Back Eden, this guy here, this 6.28 radians equal
It could even
globe.
be said that the entire globe is a rite of passage.
Tell him
Since we got to
that's
see
great
the
satire. All of his stuff.
passage of,
Just everybody have that be your
all
response
our
to
own
him.
way. So that could even be seen as a rite of passage, but more like through a larger cyclical time.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this creative principle, as it were, seems to, create these like transformative processes. And yeah, if you're like in an eternal, all-knowing state, it could be interesting.
I see
to actually
Spence says
have transformation
Amphibious J is prime flerf
happen in
material.
parts of your being rather than.
So is Jamie
Like you could be
Woodstock.
anything you want to be.
Jamie, that guy.
You can just figure it out. You
Wasted.
can go through some hard times.
So much
But, you learn
Fosters.
your lessons.
He's like
as they
75
fucking say.
Fosters deep.
And then you just continue on.
Makes
They
you
give it
stronger.
what?
Yeah,
makes
like
you
what
stronger.
does makes you stronger mean? Yeah, like we all kind of know that intuitively that.
Exactly.
There's like that idea, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, but it's like we all kind of know that even through hardships we can become stronger in some way. Even
But
if
isn't
we're-
that beautiful? That beautiful little statement that you would say, and you can take this over, Joe. But every time you're like, that silly shit in little humanity that we live in. You break up with your woman, like literally 5 years later, you don't give a shit about that. You know what I mean? There's that little disconnect as well that no one realizes at the time. But you just got to wait, and that's time again that humans have made up, which is time.
Now when Gio says that he's short, he means he's 5 foot, -3 inches.
No, time is definitely real. Like time is like the definition of time. I don't even know, but I think the definition of time is just from right now to now. Like we waited for something. So I guess
Poor
we wasted on
donkey.
time, I guess. Yeah,
Donkey,
we just
come
waited
here.
on time just then. We just
That's
wasted. I literally wasted 2 seconds of everyone's life just then. Terrible.
well, that what I like the trans.
So Donkey is super scared of frisbees and balloons. And so what does my daughter do? Takes the balloons and puts them on his collar And so they're hanging above him, and he's like, I can't go anywhere. Poor guy. It's kind of funny. He just lays down.
Yeah, time is like an always moving transformational.
Time is an always moving transformational derpity derp 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 derp.
Transforming into the next moment.
Derp, transforming into the next moment. Oh,
Definitely.
gosh.
Jamie, do you believe men that tell you they can manipulate time?
Oh my gosh.
Not at all. I just think of myself, and as I said, every day I wake up and go, I don't believe anyone's opinion. I'm going to try and figure it out myself. But yeah, sometimes I
Oh,
will
he's
look at
not smart
people and
enough to
go,
figure anything out.
Oh, hear what they say, and then I'll hear what everyone says, and then I'll go, I'll take a little bit of information off, I guess. But that's how you learn things, or you wouldn't have learned maths.
Good man.
Yeah,
I don't
for
think
sure.
he learned math.
Learn things that you put together, and sometimes other people can accelerate you in something too. Like you can learn something from someone that's almost like it took them 10 years to distill that information, then you were able to learn it within an hour, kind of thing, which is pretty
No, they're
amazing.
flat earthers unlearn things.
Like we can help each other in those ways.
Where were the Brown Mountains in Antarctica? I never saw them in any of the TFE videos.
To continue.
There were
That was,
Yeah,
There
what's
were-
up with-
there was a mountain not far. I don't know. I'm colorblind, so I can't tell you what color it was. But there's a mountain, like they said, it was like a couple kilometers from our camp. That was rocks. So whatever color those rocks were, that was there. There were no trees on it though.
I was kind of seeing. Oh yeah, I don't know if you're there, MCToon. I thought you went on definitely.
Oh no, yeah, I did. I'm here.
That's all good. No, I was just saying hi because you came, when you came in, you said hi, and I just
Yeah,
I think I just said how's it going and what's new.
yeah.
What's new out there?
Oh, I'm live right now. Just let you know. Because I just want to make sure that people know that I'm live on YouTube. And I didn't want to interrupt.
MCToon is live. MCToon live.
So I didn't want to interrupt like he just did. So anyway, I was just here to see what's new in Flat Earth. I last night reviewed a debate between Debbie Duran and Red's Rhetoric from 8 years ago, and in that video, Debbie was claiming that the Falcon 9 rocket was fake. Pretty funny because thousands of people see it every launch, and in the 8 years since then, there have been many hundreds of launches, and pretty tough to claim it's fake when people can actually go there. But the other thing that was interesting was I think he asked her what the height of the sun was, and 8 years ago she didn't know. And I was thinking today, in the 8 years since that debate, have any flat earthers measured the height of the sun over flat Earth in 8 years? It's a pretty good amount of time. For
Generally, if you do it with triangulation,
MCToon.
yeah, the different triangulations often get like in the range between 3,000 to 5,000 miles, but that's just through triangulations. There's been different ones done, like that one that Bob Nodell referred to years ago on Globebusters. The one that derives also like the 3959, like the radius of the Earth claim. As well. So that's
I've seen it, but I've tested it and falsified it. So like here's one from Wilbur Valiva. I just put in the main chat there. He claims it's 3,000 miles, and I tested that myself and falsified it. So just curious if anybody has done anything since Wilbur Valiva in the early 1900s. And I don't know what Bob did.
Cut out right at the end. You said early 1900s.
Yeah, Wilbur Valiva claimed,
Yeah, that's weird. He just completely cut out.
It was only
You
right.
cut
at the
out.
end.
MCToon, bro. You cut out, bro.
All right, calm down.
By the
there.
way, yeah, the sun moves a lot, so you can't
Well,
measure
let me-
the sun all the time. But yeah, it's all good.
Well, did you cut out or are you good?
I did not cut out. I don't know why I might have gone silent.
All right, maybe just your. I don't know if you're on push to talk. Maybe we just missed the last part of what you said. But I think you said 1900s. Well, here's what I would say. By the way, I'm not claiming it is 3,000 to 5,000 miles. What I'm saying is that when people do triangulation, those seem to be the range at which people get the different ones, people that that have done it in different contexts. So that's all I was saying. I'm not saying that that's even valid though necessarily, that even does isolate it. But you're saying that you have an issue with this particular one that you said is,
Well,
he says 3,000.
I falsified all of the different elevations that different flat earthers have claimed over the years. So Valiva and Eric Dubé both claim 3,000 miles. Dubé claims in his book here that I just posted thousands of miles. In his video from 12 years ago, he said 3,000 miles exactly. Rowbottom in the 1800s, this is from 1865, I just posted, he claimed 4,000 miles. And then in 1881, he dropped that to 2,700 miles. After him, Gleason claimed 1,725 miles. So we've got a range of 1,725 to 4,000, but I've falsified all of them. So I've falsified flat Earth. And so I'm just wondering if there's any, like in the ensuing time since Dubé 12 years ago and Debbie Duran 8 years ago, if any flat earthers have, gone outside and done any measurements of the sun to just, test flat Earth,
Of what, elevation angles?
No,
Because,
the height of the sun, just the height of the sun.
Yeah, but all we can view it as is at an angle of an object we can't
Well, that's fine.
go to.
Yeah,
So.
you don't need to go somewhere to measure it. For example, I have a basketball, and I can measure like 1/4 of the circumference of the basketball, and without going to the center of it, I know the radius of it, right? Just through some
If you
basic
assume,
geometry.
I guess you'd have to know it's a sphere, or you're assuming that. But
Well, I know a basketball is a sphere, right? I don't think anybody, challenges that basketballs are spheres. So I'm just saying that you don't need to go to the center of the basketball in order to know the radius of the basketball. So you don't need to go to the sun in order to measure where the sun is. I can do the same thing when I'm outside. I can look at the angle to the IDS tower in Minneapolis from a certain distance away, and I can measure the height of the IDS tower. And I've done it. And it was accurate according to the surveyors and the builders of the IDS tower. I was correct, and I didn't go to the top of the IDS tower to do that. Now I have been on the top of the IDS tower, but I didn't measure it that day. I measured it a different day. So you don't need to go somewhere. So back to the question, in the last 12 years or 175 years, have any flat earthers accurately measured the height of the sun over flat Earth? So here, Taking Back Eden just posted a hilarious satire meme of the sun over flat Earth, right? So the sun is some large distance above flat Earth according to this particular model he posted, but I've falsified that particular claim. So that's why it's funny satire.
Beautiful.
Okay, I'm just actually looking at that thing you just posted. It's pretty cool. I had to open it. There's a lot on there. I don't necessarily see that as satire. I don't know that he does either. If you're saying it is.
Oh, well, I mean, it can't be serious.
I think you got some good claims
It
in.
actually kind of looks more like
You
the
got some
dual.
good claims.
So
The map actually, on the upper right, it kind of looks a bit more like that dual pole.
well, except
the ones
it
that referred to as dual pole more than the Gleasons.
Yeah, it's obviously satire because if you look at the arrows of the jet stream on the top right picture there, the jet stream goes in both directions simultaneously. So, we know that's not the case. The jet streams generally go one way in reality. So, it's satire. But the other part of it that's obviously, I mean, if this is actually
AI.
well, yeah. Yeah, but he posted it. Like he's like,
I know, but I'm saying it's AI, so like something like the arrows. or whatever else
Is it AI, dude?
oh,
Is
it's,
it AI?
of course it is. Yeah. But he does have the sun at some large elevation, some, in relation to the surface of the Earth, some thousands of miles above the surface, which I have falsified. So I have falsified flat Earth.
Well, the sun is not the Earth. So how does
I didn't claim the sun was the Earth. The claim is that the sun is local, right? Is that the claim?
McToon, how does I'm on your side, by the way, but I just want to test you a little thing.
Oh,
How is wind made on a flat Earth?
All right, that's a different
I have
topic.
no
Jimmy.
clue.
I know you brought that up earlier.
No, because
We
this
talked about
defies
it
all
earlier.
odds. Because I didn't mean that.
All right,
I'm
but-
talking about a globe Earth. How's wind made on a globe Earth?
Wind is because of different weather cycles that are not directly, but partially related to the shape of the Earth and the motion of the Earth. But local wind is more driven by the local wind patterns, hot and cold areas, high and low area pressure areas, things like that cause local wind. So things like jet streams are the global wind, and those are related to the motion of the Earth. So anyway,
so that's another.
Yeah, that's a different topic. Just that, just to remind, Taking Back Eden, I have falsified that model that he just posted.
All right, so can I just pick up? I mean, we could go on to the wind thing. That is a good topic, but just because the last thing you had said, I thought you were passing it a little bit. I was going back and forth for a second. So just with I hear what you're saying, that if people are saying the sun is at a local position of some sort, what is local, right? Is it how far away? I hear you on that. However, and I do hear what you're saying about being able to measure some things from a distance. I mean, if you only saw a sliver of a basketball, technically you would have to know it's a sphere to then try to get the radius, because all you'd have is like a portion of it. But I do hear you. If you already knew it was a sphere, etc., you would be able to use a small part of it. But in terms of like a celestial body that is at such a far distance that we can really only just view, and like, yeah, I know there's spectroscopy and so on, but we can really just only see it. I do think there's a lot of limitation. I mean, you can take angles to its elevation, you can track it, you can view it, but I do think that there's certain challenges to be able to actually decipher how far it is away, because it's more of like a light phenomenon that's at such a great distance rather than like a building or something that we can confirm.
Well,
Now,
Rowbottom.
lastly, like,
Hold on, Rowbottom here
lastly,
looked at that.
Let me say the final part, I guess, which is, and I'll totally pass it, which is just that the idea that the sun is at a distance implies that like it's a physical object at a particular distance.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah.
That it implies. But I do hear where you're coming from, that if someone's going to say it is a physical object and at a distance, you would want it to match in whatever way you're looking for it.
Yeah, and of course, the sun is a physical object, and it is a certain distance away.
No one interrupts, man. I like being the moderator, man. So
hold on, bro.
Everyone has to say then.
You're interrupting him. Hold on. Let him.
So the sun is a physical object. We've bounced radar off of it. So we know that, and it produces heat and light, and it has solar effects happen on the sun. We get, and then 2-3 days, 4 days later, things happen on the Earth because of it, and we know these things, right? So there's a solar flare, and then 3 days later, there it is. A whole bunch of solar flare effects are seen, such as a significantly stronger aurora borealis. People seeing it in Texas, for example, when normally you have to be pretty far north to see it at all. So, the sun is a physical object. Radar bounces off of it. It has sunspots that everybody sees. No matter where they are on the surface of the Earth. I can support that with if you need. So yeah, there's no question that it's a physical object, and it has a position in three-dimensional space. This isn't something that can be questioned.
Okay, so I would rebut a few of those things briefly. I hear you on some of those. Now, I do agree that it does seem to be at a position, like shadows are very consistent, obviously. And so sometimes when people give these arguments of like, oh, the sun could just be apparent, it could be here, there, or elsewhere, it can be all over the place. It really can't, because the shadows are very consistent on the ground. If you have a tree and you watch the way that shadow, over the course of the day tracks upon the ground and then through the seasons and so on, it's very, very consistent. It's not just in some random apparent thing position. Now, I know optically, certainly there can be some refraction or some slight displacement and so on, but the actual position of what we call the sun over the Earth, due to shadows and other effects like electromagnetic radiation and heat and everything else, it does seem to be at a position. But there's still just the question of ultimately what is the sky, what is it made of, and how it's functioning. But okay, so the solar flare thing, that could happen with somewhat of a more local sun phenomenon, that the sun could do things that affect the ground. So the whole solar flare thing, just briefly on that, and then bouncing radio waves off it. It has been shown that plasma you can bounce radio waves off of plasma, and some people do speculate that there's like a superfluid or a plasma above us. So that would be just a quick rebuttal for that you can also bounce radio waves off plasma. And then the sunspots, I do agree with you; they're consistent, and that.
Yeah, so I've just posted three sunspots pictures, all from around the same I think they're a day or two apart, and you can see the same sunspots on them. They move throughout several days. But now we know how fast radar travels, and it takes just under 1,000 seconds for the radar to go to the sun and bounce back. So that tells us how far away the sun is, 150 million kilometers approximately. If it were, a few thousand miles, it would not be so slow to bounce back.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So, yes, the plasma layers on the sun do bounce the radar back, but the amount of time it takes, it doesn't fit. So again, falsifies the idea of a local sun, just like the angles to the sun falsify it. For example, in Minneapolis here, just last weekend, I used the claims that now you can substitute whatever numbers you want in and rerun the math, and it will give you the same falsification. That the Eric Dubay from 12 years ago claimed that the sun is 3,000 miles high. I used that here. In the middle of the night, the sun could not set. If the sun were local, it would always be a significant elevation above the surface of the Earth. This is just geometry, optics, and physics. So when flat earthers are like, oh, well, there's some other thing. Well, okay, that's great. What is this other thing? Right? So I falsified it, and to rebut the falsification would require an actual like presentation of the optics, physics, and geometry that can be tested. Nobody's done that in 175 years.
So are you familiar, MCToon, that
Love it, MC.
Under
That was a
certain-
beautiful
under
statement.
under certain
Sorry, Jake,
circumstances, like through very dense cold gas, radio signals have been slowed down to 17 meters per second. So, given that we haven't
Is that a
sampled,
falsification? Is that a
gi-
falsification?
given that we haven't sampled all the medium that's from the surface of the Earth to the sun, you have no way of knowing what the actual average speed of that radio signal is, even if it's true that it's been actually radar ranged as claimed.
Well, what you've done is you've just brought up a possibility here, but no evidence for it. So in order for that to actually be a reasonable rebuttal, you would need to have some evidence supporting your claim. So lacking that, I'll simply say that which is asserted without evidence is dismissed without evidence.
Wait, but
Yeah,
do you
but
agree that it would
you're
travel
asserting.
slower?
Hold on, real quick, Gio. But you're asserting that it's a pure vacuum with nothing obstructing or slowing down the signal from the surface of the Earth to the sun without any evidence to support that.
Oh no, but I do have
So
evidence of that.
you're just as easily asserting that.
But I do have evidence of that. That's the difference.
What's your evidence?
Oh well, yeah.
Every piece of space from the surface of the Earth to the sun has been sampled.
Well, we start with extrapolation. So we start at the surface of the Earth, and we have high pressure. You go up higher, and you get lower pressure, right? So you get extrapolation, and as you go higher and higher, this continues to the point where you cannot have lift-based flight above a certain elevation. It was initially kind of guessed by Carmen to be at about 100 kilometers. It's lower than that. But the Kármán line still stands today as kind of this demarcation between not space and space. It's arbitrary, but it's really more about where you can have lift-based flight. So we know that at 100 kilometers, there is very little air. We have the ISS orbiting the Earth at 400 some kilometers. It's been measured. Res Rhetoric and Astronomy Live did that on their channel. If you want, you can go look at that. They used parallax. They measured the elevation of it, 400 some kilometers high, moving in a very rapid rate, something that is very unaerodynamic. So there is certainly.
Now you cut out MCToon.
I did again. Can you?
Yeah, I didn't know if that was him or me because I've been having a few little outages lately.
Yeah,
MCToon,
he went silent.
Yeah.
Can you not hear me now? What is going on?
No, that was interesting, Jake. Yeah, so you're saying that they aren't able to confirm, or that if there was very cold sections up there, you're saying that would slow it down, but then
cold and dense.
Cold dense gas, yeah.
If it's off the claim that
Check.
he was saying,
Check.
the timing that matched the 93
Check.
million. Yeah, you're good now.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I mean, you're talking about all the stuff from here to a couple hundred miles from the surface of the Earth.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't
you don't know
done.
what it is all the way to the sun.
I wasn't done though, right? I'm building. You claimed that I have no evidence. I was giving you a list of evidence. I mean, there's a long list of evidence, right?
Yeah,
so I've started.
Totally,
I've started. So let me pause at my evidence list here, right? And I've given you several, and I can back them up with citations and links if you need. Now, do you have evidence that there is cold, dense gas between the surface of the Earth and the local sun?
Of course.
Are you not familiar with the Birkeland currents that have been measured from the sun all the way to the Earth? That there have been many papers on that requires there to be ionized gas for those Birkeland currents to flow. So there would have to be, clouds of ionized gas to allow those Birkeland currents from the sun to flow to the surface of the Earth.
So I'm sorry, cold, dense gas. If it's ionized, it's not cold. So do you have evidence of cold, dense gas that can slow the speed of light down significantly?
Well, obviously, if there's enough gas to sustain Birkeland currents from the sun, that gas would cool at some point, right?
No, not if it's plasma.
Oh, plasma can't cool in space?
No, plasma's hot. It's hot enough to have shed the electrons. Do you not know how plasma works?
So are you saying that like when a rocket is in space and you have plasma coming out of the back of the rocket in the form of high temperature combustion, are you saying that gas remains a plasma, long after the rocket has done its burn, decades later, that gas is still ionized? Or is it now no longer an ionized gas in the form of a plasma?
I don't know that it's even plasma. Is it plasma?
At the temperature that rocket engines?
I don't know. You educate me on that. What is the temperature?
It can be like over 3,000 Kelvin.
Okay.
That's hot enough to ionize the gas.
All right. So you're saying that there is this cold, dense gas then, all right? And how dense is the Birkeland current gas?
We could look it up and see, but obviously it's dense enough to allow a circuit to run. I mean,
yeah, let's see it. How dense is this? Is it, and where are the measurements of the density of this being dense enough to slow down light?
Well, again,
sounds like we got a science denier here.
I'm asking for the science. I'm asking for the science.
You need to have a systematic study of the medium of the space between the Earth and the Sun, right?
You said there've been papers. Let's get the papers. Let's get into the science here. No tanks.
Birkeland currents.
Yeah, let's get into this. All right, scholar.
I'm certainly not an expert on Birkeland currents from the sun, but we know that they exist.
Yeah, but you're claiming that Birkeland currents are cold, dense gas, cold enough to slow down the speed of light through the medium between the Earth and the sun. So let's get into the science. No Tanks is claiming that you're a science denier. I'm saying I believe that you don't deny science. Let's get the science. right? No tanks is coming after you. All right, I got, let's see, this one, November 1979, primary sources of large-scale Birkeland currents. Let's see here, I'll drop this is not a DOI link, but we can get the DOI link if we want here. Let's see, cite this article, I'll get the DOI. There we go. All right. All right, so we've got in this here primary sources of large scale Birkeland currents. We review generational mechanism Birkeland currents, field aligned currents in the magnetosphere and the ionosphere. Well, those are spheres. We're already off to a bad start here for you. Comparing Birkeland currents predicted theoretically who studied observationally by spacecraft experiments. Well, that's something orbiting the globe. Ooh. We present a model for driving mechanism, which is unified by solar wind magnetosphere interaction that allows the cohesive coexistence of steady viscous interactions and unsteady magnetic reconnection. The model predicts the following. Region 1 Birkeland currents, which are located at poleward part of the auroral Birkeland current belt and constitute quasi-permanently and stably a primary part of the overall system of Birkeland currents, would be fed by vorticity-induced space charges at the core of two-cell magnetospheric convection arisen as a result of viscous interaction between the solar wind and the magnetosphere plasma. The Region 2 Birkeland currents, which are located at equatorward part of the aurora Birkeland current belt and exhibit more variable and localized behavior. All right. Is this one of the papers you were thinking about?
I mean, we need to get an expert in here on magnetohydrodynamics. I'm certainly not one, but we know that they exist. We know that there is enough plasma out there to sustain those Birkeland currents, right?
Okay, but is this cold,
and obviously
dense
that
gas?
plasma would have to cool. That plasma would have to cool at some point, right? It's not going to remain hot and ionized forever.
But then it won't be conducting if it's not ionized, right? You need.
It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be conducting to slow down the radio signal.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, this cold, dense gas that you think exists but don't have evidence for.
I mean,
Man,
of all the stuff that we know about space, can you tell me what the diameter of the universe is, MCToon?
it has nothing to do with this conversation. Nice deflection. You didn't fool me though. I totally noticed it.
Jake's a globe earther, by the way, but he's kind of
Jake's a globe earther? Jake on the plane?
Yes, of course.
Oh, come on.
No, he is, but he kind of debates for both sides and sometimes does playful debate.
And Jamie Woodstock's a globe
his
earther
argument
as
wasn't
well,
bad
dude.
though. His argument wasn't bad. I mean, the idea of
It's terrible.
But Jake, is your implication though? I mean, Jake, you believe the sun is 93 million miles away. So are you saying that this plasma could be throwing, or the cool, dense medium and so on could be changing the rate of speed of the radar and the equipment used, and then therefore the sun could not be 93 million, but could be some other distance, or it's being thrown off? Is that like where your argument was headed?
Well, my argument is simply that you're going to have to make assumptions about the path that radio signal traverses to the sun and back.
Not making any assumptions. Like I said, I was listing off a short list of the many evidences of the lack of a medium that is dense and cold between the Earth and the sun, and you brought up a hypothesis that there might be a possibility of some cold, dense gas, and then brought up Birkeland currents, which, when the first paper I found talks a lot about things that are in space orbiting the globe, which completely, in order to even go into this discussion, we've already falsified flat Earth. Because you can't use something orbiting the globe as your evidence against the globe. There's a name for that fallacy. The fallacy of stolen concept is what it's called.
All right, but I think originally when you
your catchphrase is falsifier, and we love it. And let's continue that.
I don't think you've heard me before.
Well, When you were talking about like the a radar wave type of bounce and using radio waves,
Yeah.
you were implying that it was exclusive to a 93 million mile away sun. And then Jake came with this idea that where he's saying where you could have this cool dense gas and so on that would slow the rate of it down. So if that was happening, and then neither of, and from your two positions, neither of you seem to be able to like yourselves go there and verify it. I know one, your position, MCToon, might be relying on government space agencies or whatever else that it is, that the medium is what it is. Whatever Jake's position was, maybe he's not claiming that he has any way to confirm that it's there.
He was relying on government space agencies too. So you don't get a dismissed mind just because of that, because his is the same. But the problem is mine supports me, his does not support him.
Well, let me just ask you this.
That's the first law.
If there was something changing the rate of speed of the bounce, are you at least open to the idea that that would mean that it's not exclusive to the globe if that was happening with a much more close local sun phenomenon with gas layers like this?
I would just need evidence for that. Yeah, absolutely. And the evidence would need to be forthcoming. Right. The appeal to possibility isn't a refutation of evidence.
Well, let's send a rocket up then.
Many have been sent up.
We'll have to do our own. And
okay, now in the 8 years since Debbie Duran said nuh-uh to send to the rocket that Red's Rhetoric put up, recorded. He didn't put up himself. How many flat earthers have done any rocket at all? None.
7.
The issue is you can't even get close enough. I mean,
how high would you need to go in order to say, okay, there you go, that it goes to a vacuum, or the surface is curved? What would the answer be so that a rocket could actually be put together to test the hypothesis that you will accept? Right? No, it doesn't make sense to do an experiment if you don't have a hypothesis that's falsifiable. So what is it? What would you do? What would you take?
well, I mean, to confirm the globe one, if you have a powerful enough rocket, you try to get to outer space yourself with the globe one. But either way, even to try to detect what's up there, I mean, the governments are going to restrict you from being able to go too high without all kinds of permits and things. But with a ton of money,
Well, but with a permit, permit, you can go launch it from Mexico, no permit needed. But
All right, show me your rocket permit, dude. Just prove your shit. What's
the
wrong
fact
with you?
that you need
Prove your rocket permit.
hold on, the fact that you need a permit doesn't mean anything. Just go get a permit.
I know. Just show me your permit with your rockets and your rocket permit and show it. That's all.
All right, Jamie, how many falsers have you had? Wow.
Sorry, I slipped.
No, but it was
Maybe
just
I got to bring the microphone closer. Maybe you're right.
I mean, just to finish that argument, though, it was just bouncing radar off the sun to claim that it's either physical or at a distance does require in some way being able to confirm or make a claim about the medium at which that radio wave is traveling. And the Globe one has its
Has evidence.
Other ones we're talking about like superfluid or other gases has that. But at the end of the day, if you do agree that there could be gases up there and things that could change the rate of speed of it, although you would then be able to come back with an argument and say, if you're claiming it always shows 93 million, which could also be debated as well in terms of like the results they're actually getting. Because I know that there's a couple of them that use like a gated system where they only open the signal at a particular time. Anyways, we could get into that at some other point, but
Yeah,
just assuming that it even is doing the rate that it's claimed.
They transmitted for 950 to 1,000 seconds approximately, and then they listened. They turned on the receiver for the same amount of time. So it took that long to go to the sun and back, about 500 seconds there and about 500 seconds back. So there's nothing wrong with that. That's a great way to measure distance.
Yeah, so you're claiming that that's going through a vacuum 93 million miles, and then a more local claim, at least from what Jake was saying, is that it could be closer, but that the timing could be shifted in some way by the plasma layer, by the gases,
by the cold, dense gas, which there's no evidence for. So this is Gio. Just think about this. This is the difference between globe and flat. I have evidence for all these things, and flat has.
This is the difference.
It could be it could be this. It could be this. No evidence for these things, but it could be these things. But let's talk about the Birkeland currents. Oh, no, hold on a second. Everything about the Birkeland currents doesn't work for flat Earth either.
Who's this MCToon guy who's spurging out? Who's this guy? Who is he?
Yeah, no tanks. You lay into Jake for being a science denier. Let him have it.
You're denying science. And
What science am I denying?
I recognize that voice, but why are you spurring out?
What science am I denying? Be specific.
Don't worry about it. Why are you spurring out? I'm
not. What science am I denying? You made that claim. What science?
Whatever it is, whatever science is causing you to spur out, that's the science you're denying.
All right, let's not do all the.
This is stupid. Are you that dumb? Are
you nobody's doing that. It's all good.
Thank you, Gio.
The Birkeland currents, yeah. I mean, we could talk more about that. I mean, I think that was partly related to Jake's claim, so I guess he would.
It was.
We were kind of in that with him, and he was kind of bringing it forth. And I don't know that he's like fully saying that he thinks that's the answer, but I think he might have just been giving maybe an example of how the difference of what the medium actually is between what we call the sun and us would be the deciding factor, and we would have to assume without being able to go there ourselves. Like how like where are you getting the information that it's a vacuum? Like that's the thing. Like you have a bunch of background things that are going with your claim as to how it's functioning.
Yeah.
Based on what you're claiming the medium is.
Yeah, I covered the actual empirical evidence of it, right? Red's rhetoric. I'll remind you. Red's rhetoric measured the elevation of the ISS to be 400 some kilometers. The ISS, you can see anybody with the P1000 can take photographs of it. Against the moon or the sun. I've done it 3 times myself with the P1000 and see that it is very non-aerodynamic. It would not be able to move as fast as it must be moving if it were in the air. So it has to be in an area of very, very low pressure. So we've confirmed that 400 kilometers up is very, very low pressure, right? Now we know anybody that's ever gone up or down an elevator knows your ears pop and that pressure drops as you increase your elevation. So this is then something you can extrapolate. We see it at 400 some kilometers.
That you can catch. I do agree that it can be caught independently and so on. If we're going to be really like rigorous though, logically, like technically, we don't ultimately know what that is. Meaning like when I say we, meaning like a civilian, like you, me, someone who's. I mean, I'm assuming you're just at regular civilian level. Some people are in the military or they have whatever other clearances and things. But I mean, if you're just a person, just whoever that was just born in a hospital and you're just living, there's just certain limitations as to.
None of that matters. Evidence doesn't require any particular, lot in life. Evidence is evidence. You consider the evidence against the other evidence. That's what you do. So you don't have to go somewhere. We've already determined you don't have to go somewhere to experience and measure and quantify it. You don't have to have any particular clearance in order to evaluate the evidence. And the evidence that comes from anywhere is evaluated fairly against all other evidence, not just a hand wave dismissed because you don't like it. Right? That's not how evidence works. That's not how science works.
Yeah, I agree. There's no need to hand wave anything.
Yeah.
I think everything should be considered for what's being offered. Sorry, I got distracted for a second. What was the last point though? I kind of trailed off. I was listening though, but what was the last thing that we were on right before this?
I don't know. Just the evidence that I have for the lack of pressure between the surface of the Earth, or for the primary travel between the surface of the Earth and the sun, and the lack of evidence that there is any cold, dense gas between the surface of the Earth and the sun. Certainly, if there was a cold, dense gas, and if the sun, as let's see, we get one of these satire things up from Goofball Taking Back Eden. He's so funny. One of his, let's see, was this one? Where the sun is some couple thousand miles up, right? If there was cold dense gas, you can see that because it would, if you're saying it's going to affect the transmission of light, you would see it because it affects the transmission of light. So we'd see it between here and the sun, but we don't see that either. So not only is it that which is asserted without evidence is dismissed without evidence, but there is evidence against it being there. Right. So I've falsified flat Earth. I'm just, I want to, Geo, I kind of like you. I just want to be fair to you and say, I falsified it and give you an opportunity to just step out of the flat Earth cult and escape. I know it's a social club and I know there's that fear, Geo, but there is life outside of flat Earth.
There's way more than flat Earth, dude. I think Geo thinks differently, but
well, I mean, I would say I've never been in that. I've never referred to myself as a flat earther, so there's no need for me to enter or join any type of cult. I've had my view on what the Earth is, and generally, when people use that term flat Earth, they're referring to often a planar and stationary type of Earth, because I mean that's what essentially all of humanity, as far as we know, since the dawn of time, had a stationary planar Earth that we live in on like a plane of existence. And then obviously the globe model has come along and claimed it's a sphere and everything that goes with that. So I guess the term flat Earth is associated with planar and stationary usually, although there's some people that use that term for like the upward moving. I guess there's a few people the idea of the upward motion, but
it can be flat and moving, right?
Yeah, I mean that's a very small.
To be fair,
I mean, that was on a Flat Earth Society website years ago, and then there was that little resurgence with Dell.
Dell still thinks that.
Does he?
Actually, you know what? He's moved on.
I thought he heard he kind of pulled back from it or something.
No, he's on Roller Coaster now. This is my actual favorite, and he's the only one I know of. Do you want to know what he actually said recently?
Well, I just said sine wave Earth, like it's going up and down and
no.
Okay.
That it's on a solar system sized roller coaster, basically, on some sort of a track or a something that's holding it up, and it's going around a circle, and it's going around a circle at the appropriate speed to cause centrifugal force to cause a 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration. So that there's any number of radii and velocities that can cause that to happen, and that is, to my knowledge, his current claim, which I think is that's my favorite one, and very few flat earthers have that position. So I'm excited that he's there.
Oh, okay. So wait, that's to deal with like what claim is centrifugal? Weight change at latitude or something, or what's the
no? Well,
what is he trying to account for with that? What's he trying to account for?
Centrifugal force causes a force in a certain direction, right? You take a bucket, you put water in it, you spin it around. And so if you take the flat Earth and you put it on a string and you post that string in the middle of the solar system or middle of space, and you support the Earth on some many thousands or millions of miles away from that post in the center, and then you just spin it like the bucket with the water in it, the Earth spinning around it will have 9.8 meters per second squared toward the outside of that circle. And so like, or you could say, rather than having it on a string, you could say it's on a giant roller coaster that's a solar system sized roller coaster.
Okay, I think I'm probably catching what you're saying. Do you mean like, well, there's like Newton's bucket as well, but if you do that, like, and then that's what's causing gravity, essentially, the downward, like that idea that it's
that is, yeah. I've not heard him say it. I've heard people say that he is there. So,
well, there's like, it's like the gravitron, where like the fair where the spins and you stick to the wall.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's what's happening, but that is an interesting kind of way to think of gravity, I guess, like to make it like a gravitron type thing where you're like being stuck to the outer walls due to centrifugal force. I mean, that is kind of an
centrifugal
idea. Well, so there's centripetal and centrifugal, but
yeah, but you didn't say either of those. You said centrifugal, which a
I
lot of
kinda
people
it both
say.
ways sometimes.
A lot of people say that.
Centrifugal is different from what you're saying.
So
I
there.
like both of those pronunciations, though. I think I kind of maybe
Exactly.
use both.
Pronunciation.
Centrifugal. They're not. It's not this. I mean, is one of them officially? I think.
Well,
both of them.
there are two that are real, and then there's a third that people say that kind of is a mush between the two that is ambiguous. So one,
Yeah, but that comes from. I grew up in Australia and New Zealand. You guys grew up in bloody, where you guys from. It was centrifugal force. That's where I got.
I'm sorry, I can't understand a word you're saying through all that Foster's.
Yeah, all good. I'll shut up. All good.
I'm just messing with you there. No, and it's something that people get wrong everywhere if they're not, in physics too much.
Is it wrong from pronunciation of different cultures? You know what I mean? Like,
no,
is that wrong? You know what I mean?
People in the U.S. and the U.K. And Canada, they also get the pronunciation mangled. So the point is, one of them is the force that's out, that's centrifugal, and one of them is the force that's in, that's centripetal. Now, when you say your word, Jamie.
Centrifugal force.
Yeah, which direction is that force?
Yeah. That's the whole thing, isn't it?
No. Which direction is the force that you just said?
My internet dropped out, but I can answer it outward. But Jamie, were you going to say outward?
Yeah. All good. Keep going.
It's ambiguous because the word isn't the right word. That's all. It's not about anything flat or globe. It's just a little bit of a communication challenge that sometimes people get. So
Wait, what? Yeah, my internet cut off for a minute. So wait, what was the issue with that? So there's centrifugal and centrifugal. Are you saying
Nope. Centrifugal.
No.
And centripetal. Centripetal
I don't know
is
what
in.
centripetal means, so I can't say anything on this. And you can pay me out. That's fine, dude. Go ahead.
There's centrifugal and centripetal, inward
There you
and
go.
outward.
Yeah, that's right.
But then there's just the other pronunciation of centrifugal, where people might say centrifugal in a kind of faster.
Yeah,
format,
but I think when people say that, they don't know what direction they're thinking of. Often, is it in or out? That's all. It's not critical. So anyway,
that's just the basics, though. That's the basics.
Yeah. So you were saying before, like you want people to stop thinking the Earth is a stationary plane.
I've falsified it. So I'm just giving an invitation to anybody really to set that aside and escape the flat Earth. The people that I've talked to that have gotten out of flat Earth have been very relieved after they got past the initial exit and all of the hate from the current flat earthers that used to be their friends. But they've said that they feel liberated. I talked to Robbie Davidson and Patricia Steer and Jaron, of course, Ranty. Haven't spoken to Rachy50 much, but I understand that she's in a much better place too now. So just it's been falsified, and just an invitation to the flat earthers to just pop on out. Just let me know if you want to keep it quiet. You can send me a DM, so that you can kind of get out without getting attacked.
Well, I mean, dude, there's probably easily millions, many millions. I mean, there's definitely millions, whether it's 10 million, 100 million. I guess there's different ideas of how many people either question the globe, either, skeptical. There's a whole spectrum, either just questioning the globe a little towards, a stronger skepticism. And then there's the point where, okay, it's definitely not a globe, but then they don't know what it is perhaps. And then there's, okay, it's planar, okay, it's stationary, etc. There's like a whole sort of spectrum, I suppose, and so on. But if we were to say there's millions, in terms of like flipping back, quote unquote, there seems to be a very, very, very small number. So, I mean, if that's like your
doesn't matter. The number doesn't matter. And the other thing, of course, there's a bit of a straw man there. I don't know if the straw man is the right word, but there are many people that potentially I know people have sent me messages privately that were no names. They didn't have a channel. They didn't ever participate on Discord. They just thought the earth was flat and then got better. And you wouldn't know. You'd have no way of knowing that if they didn't send you an email. They've sent me emails. I've got bunches of them. I don't say anything. I don't say their names.
Hey, my brother, can I ask you one question, my friend?
Hold on.
All right.
Well, if we were to,
shut up.
if we were to say that there's, hold on a sec. Let me just, okay. If we were to say that, you know, there's really only like 10, 15, maybe 20, like within the actual community, and 20 is high, but that's debatable. And people would say they have friends and stuff. So I get that. So even if that is a very low number, I hear you. There could be even 100, 200, or maybe even 300 of other people out of millions, you know, but that's not, it doesn't really matter. Like they're just coming to their own conclusion. They're thinking about it's just what they think the earth is, you know what I mean? Like, so it's not, it's just their viewpoint. So like coming back and forth, like people sometimes go on the fence on things. They go back and forth between Christianity or atheism or whatever it may be. People do all kinds of stuff. They adopt religions, they adopt different worldviews, ideas. So, I mean, the shape of the earth is just one thing. So, I mean, yeah, the retention rate seems like extremely high. I don't think you have falsified the globe. And, you know, it all continues.
But I have falsified the globe. Nobody's presented a refutation of anything with evidence for my falsification.
Okay, we could go into that. I mean, that's its own entire topic. But can I just also say that one of the things I would just to be in as good faith as possible, I do hear you that, okay, in the world today, the globe Earth is obviously, you know, the mainstream and everything else, and everything goes with it, the Copernican revolution, heliocentrism, all of it. So I hear you, and in terms of schools and professional fields and all of it, I get it. The globe is what it is. And so for someone to say, hey, it's not a globe, just that alone implies, yeah, that there would have to be a whole group that's telling us it is a globe. And so there's a whole like marginalization that happens to people who say it's not a globe because of that factor. And then there's all the social, you know, to shame them, to ridicule them, insult them, you know, do all of that. And so if someone's going to go against the mainstream flow of things, yeah, they're probably going to get some kickback. But that happens in a lot of fields. I mean, in astrology versus astronomy, in all kinds of fields in science, there's all kinds of things that kind of buck the system of what's claimed to be the case, you know? So I'm just saying with those people, if there's someone who was saying that it was flat for a while or thought it was, and then they ended up later being like, oh, I'm going back to the globe, quote unquote. And then there's people around them that seem to be reacting. Well, yeah, because there's like social programming. And in my viewpoint, it has to do with the deception and the social programming, you know, that goes along with that. And so, yeah, in terms of quote unquote, their life getting better, there could be some cases of people who were being like ostracized or ridiculed or attacked or beaten down or whatever, bullied, all that stuff. And then once they stopped saying it was flat in some cases and said, hey, it's a globe again, then now they're getting the, you know, praise of the people who agree with them. But that doesn't really mean that that's the truth. And just because there's some people that have had that component, because there's a whole bunch of other people that have come out of the globe deception and have had their lives improved profoundly and have everything's gotten better ever since that moment. There's all those cases. That's why people.
And can I just say one thing? And there's always other people on every other side that love the other people on every other side, and they're their mates.
That's just the Fosters talking.
Yeah, we can all be friends.
I whenever I talk about Australians and Fosters,
I'm on your side, MCToon.
The Aussies are like, we don't.
That's the Fosters talking. Sorry,
we don't drink Fosters.
Always.
I mean,
another side.
It's a worldview. At the end of the day, it's a worldview. And so,
but Gio, it's not. That's the thing, Gio. It's not a world
itself. There's nothing problematic with thinking.
Gio, hold on. You said a lot. It's not a worldview, though. A worldview is something that is subjective. The shape of the Earth is not subjective. It's been falsified. Flat Earth has been falsified. It is objectively measured to be a globe. And so
I don't agree, though.
It's subjective to some people, Mr. Toon.
It's not subjective. It is factually a globe, Joe and Gio. I've presented the evidence that it's been falsified. I posted it a little bit ago. I can post it again.
Well, here's what I would hear.
And falsification. Let me say this. What do you say? Falsification is what? Independent. You can finish the sentence, right? Come on, Gio, you can say it.
That sounds like a phrase from one of your favorite YouTubers.
Falsification is independent of. Come on, you can say it. It's be brave. It's not a trick question.
That's not. I don't know if I have said that phrase. I may have at some point.
I you don't have to. You could be the first time.
It's a good phrase though. I mean, it makes sense. Like,
Yeah,
you can falsify something without replacing it. That's
Yeah,
true.
and we falsified flat Earth.
Well, you're claiming that. See, I don't think you have.
I've,
But let me
I've
say one thing.
objectively,
This is-
and nobody's provided a refutation of it, of my
Okay, we can go
falsification.
through that stuff. We can go through it, but let me just say
Okay,
this. So
let's
this
go
is
through it.
From a little bit ago, I'll just be like 15 seconds. Let me just say this because this was from earlier. I think when I said that, I got slightly distracted and I trailed off a little. Well, I remember what I was saying actually because I was talking about being like a civilian and so on. And I'll just link it back in real quick. So we do have some limitations of what we can do in terms of testing, accessing, the higher parts of the atmosphere, the depths of the oceans. There's certain things that we're limited on. And so like if we're going to be very, very rigorous in terms of wanting to know the truth for sure without making any leaps, then, and I'm not saying you have to yourself necessarily. I mean, yes, there is something to empirical. Hold on, Dan, you're hot micing. There's something to empiricism and doing test yourself, of course, having primary knowledge. But I'm not saying that everyone has to do that all themselves. But what I am saying is that I think there is some limitation as to, as a quote unquote civilian, meaning without all the government resources and everything else that you can do, et cetera, that we are limited. And all I wanted to say with that is that I think some of the things that you discuss, I think there is a leap going on where you are taking some secondary or even tertiary information as an assumption. And you may think that that is a reasonable assumption to make considering XYZ reason. And I hear you, but if we're really going to be rigorous at getting to the truth, we would have to parse that all out. And I think that if you're in the spirit of wanting to get to the truth, you would, or anyone would be willing to entertain, iron sharpening iron in terms of wanting to get to that, to where, everyone's satisfied, or there is some kind of just more and more consistent data. And at the end of the day, everyone's going to come to their own conclusions.
90 seconds. Well, I have done that though.
Longer than 15. That was way longer than 15.
Geo, I've done that. I went to Antarctica. You know that, right? I made predictions using the globe, things that I stamped everything on. I recorded a video that I played for Jaron and Austin, that was admitting that flat won. I did. I played it for them. It's on my channel still. It's unlisted. It's private. It's still there.
No, I know, dude, but that doesn't change. Okay,
and sorry. So hold on. No. You said empirically. Hold on. You said empirically. I did this. I went to Punta Arenas. I used a flat Earth prediction and the globe prediction, and I measured the distance between 2 points on the surface. One of them worked, and one of them was falsified. I did the same thing in Pensacola, at Pensacola Beach. Used the same method. I used the globe prediction and the flat Earth prediction. One worked and one didn't. I've done it near Lake Tahoe. Same thing, same results. So I've done all these things. I've measured the surface. I've measured the sky.
We've gone through those. Those are all based on the AE map. If I'm thinking of the one you're thinking of, we've gone through those.
At every single map, I'll put every single flat Earth map possible against these measurements, and they will not work. You pick it. You cherry pick one that works for Punta Arenas. It won't work in Pensacola Beach or Lake Tahoe.
Wait, okay, well, there's a few topics you're bringing up, but is this one you're talking about the latitude claimed measurements?
Well, yeah, the distance between lines of longitude, but it's broader than that. It's simply distances across the surface, which are pretty simple for the globe. It's just use the Haversine, and I literally use the formula in Flat Earth Dave's app for the Haversine formula because that's what he uses for the globe. And then I used the polar distance formula, and also it gives me the same answer. I transposed from polar coordinates to Cartesian coordinates, and then applied the Pythagorean theorem. I get the same distance whether I use the Pythagorean theorem or the polar distance formula for flat Earth. But you want to use a different map? You want to use a dual pole map where the ships are falling over the edge of the oceans? I can do that too. It's not going to work. Dan the Waterman, come on.
Oh, I moved into the hot mic room. I didn't want to leave him muted, so he knows.
All right.
No, man, I mean, we can go through all of these. Like, So let me say this one thing. So if there was to be a research team put together of both, globe earthers and planar, stationary, flat Earth, whatever terminology people may use, but I'll just say planar and stationary versus globe, let's say. And if that was to be a whole thing, I mean, there is a ton of data that could be, a ton of things that could be done. And I think that many of the globe Earth folks would want to be on that research team, especially if it was paying very well and professional and everything.
I'll do it for free
on that team. So that indicates that if there's a lot of folks that would want to be on that team, that indicates that there is more data to get. And if we have, I do think that both sides in some ways are lacking. Now, I know the globe side has a lot of things that are claimed and the whole kind of institution of it, if I were to say that. I'm not saying it's all wrong or anything, but there's a lot of data that we have to go towards other sources for. For planar, obviously, it's even more limited just because of resource limitation, but there is stuff that's been done, but there's a lot more stuff that needs to be done, to really because there's more things that need to be done if it were to change the entire paradigm from the globe, not just people talking online and fighting and having an opinion.
And that's the problem, Gio, 8 years ago was this debate between Debbie Duran and Reds. And in 8 years, what progress have flat earthers made? None. You've done nothing in the last 8 years.
Well, I don't think it's none, first of all. But secondly, that doesn't mean that there's not going to be more in the future and that there's not a timing to this all unfolding. Because obviously the big difference and the thing that's needed is the financial, because with funding, you can obviously actually do a lot of these tests. Like some of the tangible curvature tests we've talked about, if we can do those and actually measure water curving, that would be the first time
how would you do that?
Ever been done.
How would you do that?
It's ever been done. Yeah, so if it hasn't
it's been done, you just reject it. So what would you accept? What would you accept?
Well, in this case, a tangible measurement. When I say tangible, I'm saying like not optical, not calculated.
Okay.
An actual tangible measurement of distances on the ground is one thing, but also curvature of water.
Okay. And what would you accept?
Just to begin.
What would you accept?
I would accept something. Yeah, I would accept if there was a device that was able to, and we've talked about all the different ideas and things. And so there's a lot of different ways to do it. But if we did 10 of our top 10 experiments, all 10 of them, and they all showed one conclusion, that would be incredibly strong.
I'd take it. Yep. I'm on.
Something that's definitive.
I'm on board. Tell you what. Let's start. I got the list ready. I got my pen ready. What's one? Number one.
You're getting out the whiteboard?
Yeah, I got it. So Gio, I've done this. I did TFE, right? You talked about if you had funding and stuff like that. I went to Antarctica. We had funding, right? We were lucky there. We had a lot of money available. Do
you realize you're talking to a man
stop.
that has a 24/7, 365?
All right, Dan, stop interrupting. I'm Gio. I muted Dan. I'm happy to talk to Dan, but not in a group.
No, we know. Everyone knows. Shut up, dude. Everyone
he's spurging.
Knows, bro.
That's kind of that's a whole side thing. Dan, you're hot micing, by the way.
All right.
Well, you're echoing and hot micing. Okay, so since he brought that up, yeah, I've never referred to myself as a flat earther. That doesn't mean I don't use the term and I don't understand there's community and people that use that term. In terms of the Earth being stationary and planar, that is certainly how I see what the cosmology is, or cosmography. That doesn't mean I have to call myself a flat earther necessarily. Ultimately, the term flat earth is, to me, it's not nuanced enough to really give enough actual information of cosmography. The term flat earth, it's not nuanced enough. It's a good term though. It's good in some ways, but like foundationally planar, I think makes more sense because there's nothing that's super exactly flat. You have water in the oceans that are in the tides. You have land that's coming up out of the water with elevation. The whole thing is a humpy, bumpy thing, but there's a foundational planar geometry, meaning that if you were to take points, at a certain sea level, it would be planar. So that doesn't mean you have to use the term flat earth. And no, this isn't a flat earth channel. There's nowhere anywhere on this channel or server that says the term flat earth. So it doesn't matter though. We talk about flat earth all the time. It doesn't have to not be, it's whatever people want to, it's a platform we're discussing everything. So, but yeah, it doesn't have to be associated with the term flat earth, and so on. But,
all right. I'm sharing, it's upside down, unfortunately. But I'm sharing my,
let me share this on the live stream too. I got to open up the thing to share it on there so
all right.
people can see it too.
So the question is what,
What were we saying before Dan said all that? Because
what experiment? You said, well, if we got 10 experiments, let's start. I got one right here. I'm ready. What one? You said tangible. Describe it.
Okay. Here's what here's one. Oh, Dan, you're hot micing.
Measuring two parallel vertical lines at a distance.
Dan, you're all right, bro. All right, with all respect, bro, I'm gonna have to mute you. Dan, come on, we're trying to have a live stream. If you want to get in, you can, but we can't just have total chaos. Sorry, I had to
Gio,
mute
what
you.
about two vertical objects separated by distance, showing divergence?
Okay, well, there's a ton of them. So is this what we're doing? You want to go into these?
Yeah, let's get the list.
Yeah, because if we did, there's certain ones that could be done. Here's what I would say, just briefly. Let's say we did 5 of these. Some are, what's interesting about everyone saying TFE that, oh, you guys faked it or whatever. I don't think you guys faked it, but what's interesting? If we do a test, even if globe earthers are involved, that shows non-curving, we may find an interesting turn in the tables where there'll be many globe earth folks saying that it was fake when it wasn't fake. We did the real test. So just be ready for that. People want to say, oh,
I'm ready for that.
Fake.
I'm ready.
You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
I'm ready.
Interesting to see how the tables could turn. Because certain things are going to start to be more and more definitive. But what I'm saying is that at any one of these, you're going to get some that are going to say it's fake, some that are going to question it, whatever else. So you'd have to do many of them. And then some of them are going to be more definitive than others, so it's going to be a whole process.
All right. I'm still waiting for number 1.
All right. Number 1. Okay. To make a cement plateau or some type of material, and if you're able to tangibly, essentially make the shape of the cement plateau.
Okay.
You can also think of it like drawing a line on the side of cement, but we're trying to make an actual plateau. And as you start at, let's say, 4 feet off the ground or whatever it may be, 6 feet, and you make a line, or you make the top of the plateau shaped to the claim of 8 inches per mile squared. So you actually shape it to the 8 inches per mile squared. And then you can compare 2 things on that. One of them is the distance, because if it's the curvature distance versus planar distance, and you can compare level water to that actual curved cement that is curving to what the claim of the earth of the globe is.
Okay.
And I actually said it backwards. What you can do is you measure up from the.
So it's 7.84559.
Hold on, I said it a little bit backwards actually. What you can do is you have a horizontal, and then you measure the 8 inches per mile, like you incorporate it. So you're either making an actual 8 inch per mile squared that's parallel to the ground, or you're making a straight line, because it's the opposite of curvature.
Okay.
So that would actually reveal a lot.
Okay. So how do you propose, because you won't accept optical, how do you propose to construct this? Let's say it's a mile long. How's it going to be constructed non-optically?
Yeah, well, that's what gets into more complexity of how to make. I mean, this is like the old like.
I'll accept it optically. Right. So surveyors have perfected the art of dealing with this kind of stuff, but you don't accept it. So how would you accept it? That's the critical part. Gio, hold on. Gio, just let me say this. I'm not
necessarily saying I don't accept it, because curvature is not measured in plane surveying. So I actually do accept it, ironically.
Curvature is measured in plane surveying. 100%.
Are we going to go into that topic?
No, I'm going to prove it right now. Surveying, 8th edition. I'll put it upside down here for you. Surveying, 8th edition. Right? See that? Right?
Yeah.
By Francis Moffat and
I see it.
Harry Bouchard. And
what year was this published?
I'll look at that in a second here. It doesn't matter. They're all the same. So right here, see this right here?
A little small.
Okay, it is a little small. I'll read it. This is right in the introduction. The surveying operation of leveling takes into account the curvature of the spheroidal surface in both plane and geodetic surveying. The leveling operation determines vertical distances and hence elevations of differences of elevation. So this book here says that in plane surveying, when you're doing plane surveying, you are taking into account the spheroidal surface of the earth. In the horizontal measurements, you're not. And the reason why you can do that for horizontal measurements is that over 10 miles, it's less than a centimeter variation between a chord and an arc. And that's why you can do plane surveying only for horizontal measurements. When you're doing vertical measurements, plane surveying uses the spheroidal surface of the Earth. So you don't get to say that. I know who said that. He does not understand surveying. He doesn't know how surveying works.
Well,
this guy does right here. The guy who wrote this book, he's a surveyor. He's such a good surveyor that he wrote a book on surveying. He understands the topic. The people that are not surveyors are the ones that make claims about how planar surveying does things with respect to the vertical measurements. They're wrong. Plane surveying includes spheroidal Earth.
Okay, so if we were talking about the tests, and I see Jeremy's here as well, and he can assist if you want to actually lay some of these out and everything else, if that's what we're doing. But in terms of the surveying thing, is that okay? So that's a whole argument in and of itself, first of all. So I would want to read all the context of that book before and after and those paragraphs to get the full context of what's being said. If you go look all around at sources, like plane surveying within 100 square miles is generally like within 100 square miles is what plane surveying is done within, which that could be like a 10 by 10 mile, stretch. And within a 10 by 10 mile, you're going to have, at least like 66 feet of curvature at 10 miles and so on. That's significant. So,
but
really
like I said,
in a way, it wouldn't even exist if the Earth was a globe.
But it doesn't matter because everything you just said is negated by the actual contents of the book.
Okay, but that goes against, if you go do a search, every search you're going to find and other surveying information is that plane surveying does not incorporate the curvature of the Earth. So
I provided evidence. Evidence. Where's yours?
Yeah, but I would
don't just say it. Bring it up, Gio.
Oh, there's tons of sources that refer to plane surveying not incorporating the curvature of the Earth.
Bring it up. Post it. Some of them Go get it right now. Can somebody help him? Can some flat earther in the chat help Gio support his claim?
Well, let's not interrupt each other. I'll wait. Oh no,
you made a claim, Gio. I'm waiting for you to present evidence supporting your claim. Come on. Don't do what Witsit does. Make a claim, say he's got evidence, and then never present the evidence. Bring forth the evidence.
Well, I was waiting to speak, so
go ahead. No, you don't need to speak to post the evidence. Just go copy, paste into the chat the evidence supporting your claim. That's all you need.
Okay. In terms of plane surveying not incorporating the curvature of the Earth, there are numerous sources of that. This wasn't like a planned debate to where I have one in particular. I'm doing a few other things right now. I could find many of them.
No, you can't. I know you can't. Gio, I know you will never bring that forth because these things do not exist.
Whoever's muting him, don't mute him, dude. That's just not really... someone's doing that. Just please stop that. I know he's interrupting, but we have to somehow work through it without muting. Anyways, go ahead.
I know that you don't have these sources.
Are you telling me that there's not one source on the internet that says that plane surveying does not incorporate the curvature of the Earth?
For vertical measurements, I'm telling you that 100%.
What you're making you mean horizontal?
I mean vertical, not horizontal.
I mean, the very first, this is just there's tons of sources though. But I mean, the very
there's
first
none.
Here,
there's no sources though. There's none. There's exactly none.
AI will tell you this as well. I'm not saying all the AIs are right either, but they are.
I don't care about what the AIs say. I only care about real sources. I do not consider AIs to be an authority. Neither do you, because if you ask it, what shape is the Earth, you will reject that. So you don't accept the authority of an AI any more than I do. So I don't care what the AI says. I want a real source. I have a real source. Surveying, 8th edition by Francis Moffat and Henry Bouchard. Maybe somebody else in the chat can help you with one of these many citations.
And Gio, if you want to step away for a couple minutes to find a source and then come back, I'm sure he'd be happy to talk to you then.
No, it doesn't matter. I mean, we were talking about tests originally, and then we started talking about surveying, and he was just saying, he made a straw man and said that I don't agree with optical measurements, and I didn't say that. He also said I don't accept them. I also didn't say that. I don't think the majority of the community will accept optical. That's why I'm saying, when you're saying what would it be needed to be more like definitive or conclusive, because you were originally saying that you want me to stop thinking the Earth is planar and stationary, and so
I'm giving you an invitation. Yeah.
Like, what would it actually take? Like, I'm not gonna do that without, for just randomly, because the Globe has an institution of selling things to people. I'm not going to just, you know what I'm saying? So if we're getting into what actually would be needed, then we got into the test, and then you had said plain surveying that I don't necessarily accept that, and I was actually saying, well, ironically, because for example, like with plain surveying, you can be accurate like within millimeters over a mile to make a plane of reference. You can be accurate within millimeters.
They don't make a plane of reference.
The curvature is 8 inches.
They don't make a plane of reference in planar surveying.
You should be able to, when plane surveying equipment is accurate within millimeters, you actually should be able to measure the curvature within even a half mile or 1 mile.
They do.
That isn't the case.
In planar surveying, they do measure vertical measurements in relation to the spheroidal surface of the Earth. Surveying, 8th edition, Francis Moffat and Harry Bouchard.
Okay, well, so if we're going to debate that whole thing, we'd have to then give it the time and go into that topic. I thought we were talking about the test.
Okay, well, let's go back to the test. So the problem with the test is, you don't have a method yet that you would accept to construct this test. So we don't yet have test number 1.
I do.
You do? Okay. What would you accept as a way to construct this cement plateau that is curving, matching the claim's curvature rate of the surface of the Earth?
Well, that was one of them. By the way, there are many, like in every category of this whole topic, there's multiple tests in each category. So there's like at least like 50 to 75.
Okay, let's start with number 1.
Ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, we're stuck on 1, 50 to 75, and we can't get past 1. You can't. You said that there is a way that you would accept constructing this, and I'm waiting to know so that I can write it down. I'll just write it right here.
Here's the one. There's a couple ways to do the cement plateau, which is similar to a line on the wall. The difference is that the cement plateau is at the top of the plateau represents the line versus a line is just a line. So whether the line is like curving or straight, the plateau would be curving or straight. Yeah, there's several tests within that category. One of them is where you start, whether you're making the plateau that shape or whether you're putting a line on the wall. But to be able to, as you go away from horizontal and as you continue to make a level line, you measure up from the level line what the curvature of the Earth claims to be, the 8 inches per mile squared. And if you do that, you measure up from it. So you're measuring up from level, essentially, at the 8 inch per mile squared claim.
Okay, so you're a mile out. And
you're making a flat line essentially.
But how are you making that measurement? Because you're a mile out from the beginning of your plateau. You're a mile away, and you're measuring up 8 inches. How are you doing that measurement in relation to your source 1 mile away?
Well, okay, so this is where it gets more into the nuance of, because there's multiple ways to do that.
Just give one.
So we'd have to, and the thing to do is to do multiple of these as well, so you can get cross-validation. One would be using like local laser levels, but of course now you're getting into some optics.
Optical now.
That's just one. That's one that I think would be good to like compare. Other ones have been described to make like an actual material that is like perfectly square and then link that material. That one definitely could have some issues in terms of like the machining of it, but that's another, they can make things that fit together like perfectly, like they're so flat, like, you've probably seen those, that they fuse together and you can hardly even tell that they're two separate items.
Yeah, but how would you construct something that's a mile long that has no flex and no deviation at 8 inches a mile away? Material science doesn't yet exist to do that, may never exist. There may not be possibility in reality to construct such a material.
Okay, well, I got you. So making this line is obviously where the nuance and complexity comes in.
Yeah.
And we would have to test different methods and do multiple of them. But you could also use optical equipment as well. And, but by having a level line that you're making a line up from that of 8 inches per mile squared, on a globe, you're making a straight line from that, essentially. And then on a planar Earth, you're making essentially a line that would go up at 8 inches per mile. So the two things you could do, now I hear you on how to do it. That is, and we could get more into the nuances of that. And of course, it depends on the finances available as well. If you're doing it on a shoestring budget versus
infinite finance. How are you doing it? Non-optically. Non-optically infinite finance. How do you do it?
That's what we were going to have. So that's already coming. So, yeah. So
how?
Nonetheless,
No, you said it's already coming. How is that going to be done with infinite finances?
But the level of the finances makes a difference. But let me just, okay,
we've already established the level of the finance is infinite. How do you do that with infinite finances in a way that you'll accept? Because optical is the one that surveyors would use. It's been done with LIGO longer than a mile, and you don't accept that. Unless you do accept LIGO, in which case then you accept that is a confirmed measurement of the Earth being a globe. But if you don't accept that, then you won't accept opticals. We need to go to something non-optical. So infinite finance is how are you going to do it?
I mean, LIGO is a good example in a way, although they use GPS and we could get into all of that. But I mean, LIGO, yeah, if we could replicate LIGO, that would be, and we don't really need, well, we'd like to have the interferometry as well, but we technically, if you could just make a tube, in and of itself, just to do the geometry part, whether it actually functioned as an interferometer would be another story. But yeah, I mean, to be able to replicate that, but if they use GPS, there's that, factor involved, which, could be in the category of optical or obviously like radio, wave bounced or wave related to.
So you won't accept GPS either?
Well,
okay. Non-optical.
If you're asking me personally, or if you're talking about like the bulk of people who have a stationary planar.
I'm just talking to Geo here.
Okay. Well, I mean, originally I was saying a tangible measurement of curvature.
Yeah.
And so that's where, we were talking. So, I mean, that would be, we could do it to a point where it will be definitive for virtually everyone. Now, some rare people might have like actual schizophrenia or some kind of mental disease, but we're not talking about people like that who actually are having, like, I'm saying, like, you could make it so definitive that like virtually something like that would actually shift the whole paradigm in the world. So, I mean, that's how powerful that would be. And it doesn't currently exist. So that's the thing. And even for the globe side, a tangible measurement of water curving. And that's what I was saying before, like, it's easy to make a leap in certain assumptions of people that have done other tests and things. And yes, it would have to be quite a coordinated thing.
All right, we're not getting anywhere on number one. You said there's 50 to 75.
All right, if you want to finish on that, basically, okay, so we can talk about how to make the actual line itself. But let me just finish by saying that if you did that, one of the ways you'd be able to confirm it is to measure the distance. And if it's making a plane, like a flat line, a flat plateau, because you're going up from level on a globe, then you would get one distance, the planar distance, ironically. And then if it was curving upwards, because it was the planar result, you would actually get the curved upward distance. So that's one way that you could confirm it just through distance.
So the difference between a chord length and an arc length?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, and in 10 miles, the difference between a chord and an arc length is if I remember correctly, it's less than 1/100th of an inch. So you'd have to go longer than 10 miles to get the difference between arc and chord length.
No, it's 2 inches per mile.
What is?
It's 2 inches per mile.
The difference between chord and arc is not 2 inches per mile.
Is he talking about the? Are you talking about the sagitta?
No.
Is that what he's?
It's
saying?
2 inches per mile.
It's not 2 inches. All right, let me show you. All right, we've got.
Talk about the hump, basically in the middle. How much is the hump?
Yeah, between the curve. The only way to measure a curve is you need a straight line.
All right, so
that's the point. That's why I'm saying something tangible. It either needs to confirm water.
It's 2 inches per mile.
If you're measuring water, see MCToon, it just depends. If you're trying to measure that water's curving, you can either measure, you can get something straight to compare to the curve.
Hold on, no, let's back up. You were talking about the difference between an arc and a chord. This is the arc. Can you see what I'm streaming here? Got the arc, you got the chord.
Yeah.
Okay. Now at 10 miles, the difference is less than it's, I don't know where you're getting this 2 inches per mile. It's definitely not. At 10 miles, it's a fraction of an inch.
unless my calculation, my trigonometry is rusty, it was 2 inches.
Yeah, I'll say your trig
That's what I was
is
trying to
rusty.
ask, like, what is he talking about? The the arc at the center, the distance?
Did trigon like 60 years ago, so
yeah,
it was 2 inches.
And of course, with the one I mentioned, you could also compare it to water and what the shape of the water is doing. That's what I'm saying, dude. You've heard Rakia go on and on about if he could measure water actually curving.
It's been done.
See, I don't think it has. And obviously not to the satisfaction. If you're like on a mission to like stop like planar stationary or flat earth, whatever terminology, like to stop thinking it's flat or stop thinking that. I mean, would you agree that you're going to have more than you currently have to actually accomplish that? To get more than just a small number of...
I have unlimited number. I have so much thing. I could talk for hours and hours and hours on the evidence for the globe for which there is no analogous measurement for flat Earth. There's no end. There is literally no end to it. It has nothing to do with funding, Gio. It has nothing to do with funding. Haley computed the path of the eclipse across London for free in the 1700s. Nobody gave him any money to do it. He just did it for fun as a hobby.
And yeah, we could get into that. There's certain
and in 8 years since Res Rhetoric debated Debbie Durand, in 8 years, no flat earther has provided a measurement to the elevation of the sun or any of the geometry for the sun over flat Earth, which is the fundamental part of my falsification. The sun sets, therefore the Earth is not flat. No flat earther can address that. It's a complete unchallenged falsification of flat Earth.
Good question.
Well, we're jumping a bit of topics, but I do have a response to that. But if you want to go, Doc. Unless I can respond to that, then is your thing on that?
As I said, to measure...
Well, hold on. If yours is on the other thing,
let
me just say mine real quick. Hold on. Let me just say my response to his last thing. Oh, okay. Just real quick. So, and MCToon, you're going to then have a response to this, but I'll just, because you made that argument, so I just want to make a brief rebuttal. In planetarium software and also Stellarium, you have an azimuthal grid, which is a flat circle, a planar circle around you. And then you have the hemisphere of stars, essentially, as your local view. And whatever latitude and longitude you pull up, from the center of that planetarium, you're pulling up an azimuthal grid for the sky. So what that means is that everything that happens in the sky is already mapped to planar. All those grids, if you put all those azimuthal grids together, they'd all be coplanar, and the sky would all work above it because you can pull up any little hemisphere planetarium. So the stars and the geometry of the sun and the stars are already geometrically mapped to a planar surface. Now, what is the correct map? What is the correct distances? We can get into that, but the stars and the geometry of the sun and the stars are already mapped over those azimuthal grids through how star charts work and the planar nature of the foundation in which all the stars are observed from.
Can you put two people in different parts of the planetarium and have one look and have them look at opposite directions and see different portions of the sky and then look toward each other and see different portions of the sky, not see the same stars? No, that's not possible.
Well, planetarium works by like you are here basically in the middle of that azimuthal grid. So it's always you are here. So for planetarium to represent the sky, you have to be in the center of it to have it really represent correctly. If you start walking around, you're getting like an unnatural representation of it. And what would be happening on the Earth is that we're always at the center of our own azimuthal grid.
Yeah, that's just a shame, Saint Plagiaire cope. None of that has any bearing on anything because objects have a position in three-dimensional space, and we can draw vectors from our position to them, and everybody can draw vectors from our position to a three-dimensional object and compare them using geometry. None of that works if you take the Earth to be flat. And just saying that we have an azimuthal grid of vision doesn't solve the problem that we can actually draw rays or vectors from ourselves to these objects, and they don't work if you take the flat Earth.
All right, but I'm not referring to any azimuthal grid of vision or anyone's like theories or ideas of how somehow that's, you know, some other theory of that. I'm just talking about azimuthal grid, just in the meaning of the word azimuthal grid. Like in Stellarium, there's an azimuthal grid at which the stars are mapped. You can also map the stars down to a flat sheet of paper, which is like a planisphere, for example, the star charts, the planisphere star charts. So any of the stars, you know, we've all seen like the northern and southern, you know, regions of stars, and they're like two circles on a you know, a wall hanging or whatever. So you can map the stars from there in the sky right down to the ground onto a flat surface. So all that means is that in a planetarium, if you're in the middle of it and you pull up different latitude, longitude for this place, this one, that one, in all of those, from your point, there's essentially an azimuthal grid, not using anyone's theory of that, just the terms. There's a grid that is in an azimuthal fashion where you're in the center and there's a circle around you. It's even the way it's admitted on the globe, like you're just seeing your portion of the globe and then the hemisphere of stars looking out from the globe. So it's the same in that way. The only difference is that there's not curvature. But I'm just saying that those azimuthal grids, you could have 1,000 planetariums that all show different parts of the sky, and you wouldn't need Earth curve to represent the positions of the stars and the sun to properly represent those respective latitude and longitude positions.
Yeah, like I said, not at the same time, right? On the Earth, we have people simultaneously looking at the stars, and they see different stars. So the planetarium thing falls apart as soon as you put a second observer in there.
Well, no, but there will never be a second observer within your like azimuthal grid. Like if we're standing 10 feet apart from each other, I have mine, you have yours.
Yeah, this is just BS. There's no reason that we would see something different when you do this azimuthal grid stuff. Then what you're implying and you're hiding and deceiving. You're not probably deceiving. I think Shame did that, and you were deceived.
No, this has nothing to do with Shane. I was talking about this years before Shane was even around these communities.
Okay, well, all right, fine. Then I won't blame him. But in order for this grid of vision, or as Jaron said back in the day, we say dome of vision or whatever, it requires that something is causing the light to bend in ridiculous ways with no cause.
Well, I'm not claiming that there's any of that.
But it has to be in order for that to be the case, because the stars are in a specific spot. If we go to this map, right, it doesn't matter which map. Any map is going to have this problem. But I can demonstrate it here because flat earthers still use this map. You go on Facebook and they all use this. When you're in South America here and you look south, you see Crux to your south. And so all of the stars of Crux have a GP throughout the night. Right. But when you look south, you see them circling drawing a small circle around the center of rotation. But the GP of Crux, of each of the 4 stars of Crux, according to this map, move all the way around so that at some portion of the night, the stars of Crux are way, way, way over here. Right. Yet the observer's looking that direction, looking south. Right, so they're looking right here. They're seeing Crux in the sky here. But when you put the GP of Crux, it's over here. So now, don't take just this map. Any map at all that's flat will have the same problem with many, many stars. Maybe not Crux. Maybe you could cherry pick a map that works for Crux, but it's not going to work for Orion.
Yeah, so that whole argument, I actually agree with you that that's problematic for this azimuthal equidistant Gleason map.
It's a problem for every map.
It's actually a similar argument that I have made multiple times, because if you were to take all the stars and freeze frame them, just stop them, and then put a little flag on the ground under the GP or at the GP of every single star, there would be one GP for every star. And it would likely make 2 huge swirls on the ground, like 2 huge circular, the way.
Yeah, on this map, it'd make two big circles.
So if there's one GP for the Southern Crux stars, then that would have to be at one position on the ground, and that is like the GP problem with the Southern star rotations on that AE Gleason's map. But that's been an issue for years, even from 2015 and before that.
Yeah,
that's always been an issue. That GP issue and the Sun GP issue has always been an issue with that type of map. So that one is problematic for that reason.
It's not just problematic. It also falsifies flat Earth. It doesn't work.
That map doesn't falsify that the Earth is planar and stationary, though.
Oh, it does, because it doesn't matter what map. Every single map you can conceive of, every single one will, when tested with multiple stars, will fail. Every single one. There is no map for which it will work. Not one.
You would just need, for the Southern Star to be solved, you need that to be just like, so a lot of people that go with that A.E. Gleason's, the Northern Stars, people might say, oh yeah, those have GPs, it's like, going around the pole, etc. And, if you're in Canada and you're under the Big Dipper, wherever you're going to be, that's consistent. In the South, some might start to veer from that and say, well, no, the Southern one is maybe some might say reflection or whatever ideas they may have if they're trying to stick to that map. But all you would need is just another pole. Just like the North one has the GPs and everything, you have a second pole.
You didn't hear me.
What we observed.
Geo, come on.
It solves. You already have one in the North on a flat plane. You can have one in the South. You just have two.
But now Orion.
It's not an issue with two poles, but yes, it is an issue if you try to wrap it around the outside.
But Geo, stop for a second. Just stop.
At any one time. Yeah.
Now it doesn't work for Orion. You use a dual pole. Okay, you solved the problem for Crux. Not well, but let's imagine for a second you did. Now it doesn't work for Orion. That's the fourth law.
Okay, so if you're talking about like because of course, if you have two poles on a planar surface, it incorporates that you have to be aware of the equator where everything goes straight. So that's what you're bringing in is Orion's belt on the equator.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to see. Yeah, so I would like to see like the observation of that, like on the globe Earth, like basically half of the ball, like I jokingly call it the blue side of the ball, because half of the globe Earth is the entire Pacific Ocean. It's almost half of it is all the Pacific Ocean. So that's a large motion. And if we're talking about the dual pole type thing, I would like to see, the connection point in that Southern Pacific equatorial region to confirm exactly, what the stars are doing. But I don't think it's necessarily a problem. I know what you're talking about, the idea that it would have to split, that Orion's belt would have to split. But I think it could be part of a circuit, an electromagnetic system in which there wouldn't need to be a splitting. But that's a more nuanced conversation on the dual pole with the star system. But I hear
that doesn't help you. All right, here's the bipolar map. That's a PDF. Hold on a second.
Bipolar is bad bad marketing, by the way. I don't think it should be called bipolar.
I think it's a perfect name. All right, so here's the bipolar map.
Dual pole is
so here we have somebody in
it's a double toroid. It's a toroidal double toroid.
Yeah, it's not a toroid actually anymore. It was a toroid. You could maybe say it's a toroid on the AE map, but now it's not a toroid because you've got two magnetic poles. But anyway, forget about that for a second. So you've got here.
That's what a double toroid is.
Yeah.
You know what is amazing? I know if you have your thoughts on what this all is, and I respect that. But it is amazing to me that the stars move in a pattern that very closely matches an electric field pattern. That is just an electric field circuit.
But they don't. They don't at all. Anyway, so here we have down in South America here, right at the southern tip in Punta Arenas. Yeah,
I see the Gleasons.
I put the no, I'm not. I don't have a printout of the bipolar map. I dropped one in the chat, and I clicked on it, and I'm viewing it on my my live stream. So if you click on,
I see the one. Yeah, I know that one.
Click on the one that's the bipolar map. So here you are.
What's funny is that one is actually called an azimuthal equidistant on one. Source. So anyway, it's kind of interesting. There's the other term, an azimuthal equal area.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Well, if you want to use that one, I'm not saying that's what the Earth is or anything, but if you want to use
I'm just saying it. But you said you solved the crux problem, sort of, not quite. But anyway, we'll grant that for a second.
Second pole. By having
a second pole, right? But now Orion doesn't work because you've got Orion's belt that now has to go on this big swiping horizontal. And how does it go? How does it track what you actually see when you're in South America or in North America? Now it doesn't work. Orion doesn't work anymore on this map. So you almost sort of not really solved the pole the celestial pole problem and introduced another problem. Plus, you also introduced boats falling over the edge, and you don't have Antarctica containing it anymore, and the sun has to Pac-Man, or it has to take a ridiculously weird path. And why is it taking that particular path? None of this makes sense. It's actually introduces more problems than it solved. But you just, which is funny. But again, that's the fourth law of Flerf. If you Google the laws of Flerf, you'll find the fourth law of Flerf, and that's what the bipolar map does. And Gio, that's why the invitation to you, like, the best answer for Antarctica is to introduce more problems for flat Earth.
All right. Well, here's the thing. I'm not coming up with that because of Antarctica. The southern stars have always been an issue.
I know.
There's always been two poles in terms of GPs and the motion of the stars. So that it's not anything new, or even, I mean, the dual pole didn't necessarily only come out of TFE. People have been talking about that map for before that. Now, of course, the Gleason's AE has been like the more talked about one, or the one that people use on their logos, and a lot of people, that's more popular, quote unquote, or people adhere to it more.
Gio,
but these layouts,
you guys,
there's a bunch of projections, like of the hundreds and hundreds of projections, there's a bunch of them that have more of this dual pole type of a layout. And we could go into, I hear what you're saying.
Look at Des Nez's map.
If you have two poles, it solves certain things, but it brings in new questions. I wouldn't necessarily say breaks other things, because we would need further confirmation. And in terms of the equatorial, I hear what you're saying on that. In good faith, I understand that there are more complexities that start to come in if you have a two-pole system above a plane, because you do have that equatorial region. However, I do think it could be functioning like a circuit, an electrical circuit. And, you know, all the regions we'd be viewing the equator from, like South America, Africa, et cetera, are in that center section. So I'm just saying, like, I would like to see like travel on the equator, for example, like try to circumnavigate on the equator. I would like to see that. I know there's other, because you can go north or south, and I know there's cruises and things, but if we want to get more into the nuance, I mean,
all right, well,
that, you know, I would need to see more verification of the claim that the equator wraps around a sphere, if you're going to get into what the equatorial stars do on a two-pole system. So
maybe somebody else had a test number 2, since we got nowhere on the test number 1. Somebody else was maybe proposing one.
We didn't get nowhere. We just only got to the very beginning of describing that whole category of tests.
I'm trying to give somebody else a platform here.
Yeah, if we want to let someone else in, I have been talking a lot, but I'll say another brief one just to make
don't say.
The curvature of water. We've talked about one where you can have like liquid in a tube, and then you freeze the tube, and then anyways, to measure whether the water is actually curving. There's a bunch more. And some of these would be definitive, and that would be the goal, is to get to something that's actually tangible and definitive.
I'm in.
And if you want to quote unquote flip all the flat earthers, quote unquote, if that's your goal in life, that's what I'm saying. It's going to need to go through this route. It's not going to
not all of them.
Just like
Gio,
happen from ridicule or YouTubing, or it's not going to. That's not what's going to.
I want to be clear, Gio. There are some that I don't want. I mean, like Nathan Oakley is such a vile, disgusting, horrible piece of trash human. I never want him out. I want him to be the source of ridicule and mockery for the rest of his life, because he's so evil. That's why, same for QE and, good handful of others. But Gio, you're a nice guy. I hope for the best for you.
I mean, dude, I questioned the globe when I was a child, as young as, between like ages like 6 and 8 type thing. Like I questioned the globe very early on.
Yeah, so, when you didn't have a scientific background, I get it. That's okay.
No, I totally had a scientific background.
At 8, you did not.
Well, I'm saying throughout my whole life, like I have a master's degree. I went through all the schooling system, undergrad, college.
You have a master's degree in what?
I don't just not have the.
Hold on, Gio.
It's not
a master's in what?
Cosmology.
No, you don't.
I have a master's. You want me to tell you about it? Yes, I do. I did a master's. I did my undergrad, 4-year undergrad at Michigan State University, and then I did a 2-year graduate school at California Institute of Integral Studies in San Francisco, and it is a fully accredited grad school. However, it's not in like what would be called the hard sciences of cosmology. For example, like the program that I did, it's called Philosophy, Cosmology, and Consciousness at the California Institute of Integral Studies. But yeah, I did a master's degree. That was back in like 2006 to 2008.
Oh, hold on. Hey. a master's degree in cosmology. Hold on a second. I got to write this down.
The specific program I did is called Philosophy, Cosmology, and Consciousness. That's the program.
Philosophy. I'm going to put this on the Flerf wiki.
That's not needed. Actually, pretty much everybody at that school, it has nothing to do with a flerf. That's not even a word. That school, actually, virtually everyone there would be heliocentric and globe. I've told people about the Earth being planar and stationary, and I've talked to some of my friends there about it. But generally, like, they actually have scholars there that are deeply connected to, Newton and Kepler and some of the most advanced discussions and so on that are going on. It's a very progressive school. So they are all essentially heliocentric based. However, they also study a lot of the ancient traditions. So they know about the planar stationary Earth of the religious and spiritual traditions, but essentially they're not flat earthers or anything necessarily. I've told some of them about it. And if anything, there's probably, in my whole graduate school community, there's many that would be resistant. Some might be open to it, but yeah,
well,
they are
as they should.
Well, I don't think.
Isn't it shameful that a flat earther has more credentials than you, MCToon?
You don't know my credentials.
I mean,
doesn't sound like you have any.
Is that why you asked him though? Like, it sounded like we're having a fair, open convo, and he's opening, I guess, his heart or being honest and sharing it. You asked him that question, like, where to add to the Flerf wiki. That's kind of weird, dude.
I think that's great. There are very few.
I don't.
There are very few flat earthers that have these, and flat earthers generally scoff at credentials. And then when somebody does have credentials, they're like, "Oh, let's talk about credentials."
Information is because of shit like that. That's like, I mean, it is what it is, but that's whatever. It doesn't matter what I think about it.
Well, I mean, flerf isn't a word. If you're trying to use it to ridicule who you call flat earthers or whatever, this graduate institute is not appropriate to be linked with anything called a flerf because it's a fully accredited grad school. They're not flat earth oriented really at all. If anything, they're, like I said, heliocentric and globe and so on. And many of the professors there have immense history documenting many of the cosmological, histories that have led to now and so on. Now, I don't think they're correct in that case in terms of the Earth being a sphere, but it has nothing to do with flat Earth. I went to that school, and I would stand opposed probably in my position to most of my graduate school colleagues and community. Although, I mean, some of them may be, open to it to a degree, but, and they, astronomy and everything else that's studied within it. So they don't have anything to do with, so it wouldn't be needed for whatever flerf thing you're doing. But yeah, I went to that graduate school. But it doesn't matter. The point is that I think you were just trying to indicate that I somehow was uneducated or something. And I just, that's the only reason I responded, is saying that's not the case in terms of official education, if you want to go that route.
All right. Well, good. Interesting. Okay. Let's go get back to this.
What about you, MCToon? Where's your master's degree?
I successfully completed 8th grade math and science. That's all I need. That's all I need to falsify flat Earth.
All right, so where do you want to go? Because you want to do tests, or
I'd like to hear, because I'd like to hear somebody else, because I'm all for doing tests. I did this with Dr. Shiva and Unfornicated, who's in the chat here on YouTube. And we did, it started with the same thing. He tried to get some different people. He had a hard time getting flat earthers to commit to it. And in the end, it didn't go so well, but I would be very much interested in going through some of these 50 to 75 ideas, and maybe somebody else has an idea that they want to do, propose.
All right. Well, obviously you and I have been going back forth and forth a lot. And I mean, I can step back a bit, and obviously others can get in, but let me just say one thing. That one test, that's not like necessarily even the best one. You just said, let's go through some. I just whipped that one off the top of my head, but there are numerous tests in multiple different categories too. Cause you have like the curvature of water, you have the curvature of Earth, You have distances on the ground. You have the angles to stars with GPs and circles of equal altitude. You have the whole gyroscopes, interferometry, like replicating Dayton-Miller. I mean, the list goes on and on in multiple different areas. You have like replicating the Elias effect, other pendulum testing, like actually doing a pendulum at the equator and getting it not to precess. Anyways, there's so many in all these different categories. So I'm just saying that one that I mentioned, the cement plateau, and we didn't even really go through it fully, but measuring up from level at 8 inches per mile would give you a reference. And so that is just one entire category. But yeah, and I think that in order to change the entire paradigm, there's going to have to be probably multiple tests that would be, strong enough to really shift the whole paradigm and have scientists and other professionals actually look at it, without the bias. And that's where you have to actually have the hard evidence. And I agree that to really prove the Earth being planar and stationary to a level that would change the whole paradigm is a big undertaking. But I would also say that I don't think the globe has that currently either, without making leaps of assumptions or having certain beliefs or faith in other data. So like having these tests that we could talk about actually showing globe. And that's why I was saying, if there's a research team of globe earthers and planar, stationary earthers, et cetera, on the team, I'm saying it would almost be like, you could make it like a competition, but it could be like an actual thing to get the data that it shows one or the other that is definitive, even beyond what the globe, currently provides. So.
All right. Well, let's get to it. Let's get to number 2. Somebody else have?
How about a gyroscope? How far does a gyroscope have to go before it changes its orientation in static space?
All right, hold on.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Gyro.
Get your own airplane with multiple different gyros and test them all simultaneously. That's
hey, Gio. Yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear from him. I don't even know who is talking.
Well,
and
isn't it there though, like on the globe, you say that all plumb lines aren't parallel, right? They're not parallel. So if you start your gyroscope in space, like say you start it maybe a few meters off the ground, right? And you get it wound up and it's static, it's not moving. And you can make it do a loop-de-loop, right? And then come back and you can prove that it moved its orientation. So you can prove that it works. And then you travel with it in a plane. Maybe you go like 20 miles and you just see if you can prove that those parallel plumb lines, those non-parallel plumb lines are actually how you think they're working.
Okay, and then in 20 miles, let's just take that for an example. In 20 miles...
We say 50. Go 50. 50 miles.
50, okay. In 50 miles, how much does flat Earth suggest that the gyroscope will deviate, and how much does the globe suggest that the gyroscope will deviate?
8 inches per mile squared.
Nope. How would you measure 8 inches per mile squared on a gyroscope? That's the wrong formula for the gyroscope.
That's how much drop you're gonna get.
It sounds
right.
It sounds to me like you only know one formula.
It's rise over run.
Okay, and how are you going to use a gyroscope to measure rise over run?
So, okay, what do you think is going to happen to the gyroscope in 50 miles? Are you going to land the plane and it's going to be like back to zero again on the ground?
No, I think on the globe it will deviate by some certain amount. And so that's why I'm asking you. There's no way to measure 8 inches per mile squared with a gyroscope. I don't know how you would put a tape measure to a gyroscope.
Okay, just what about the deviation on its face? Just the deviation alone. Is the gyroscope going to deviate? That would be the test to see if that mechanical gyroscope is going to deviate or not.
Yeah.
And if it does deviate, what does that actually mean?
Well, we're getting back. I still want to ask the question on flat Earth. What does the flat Earth predict that the gyroscope will deviate?
The flat Earth predicts that it's going to be back to zero again once it lands on the ground.
So zero deviation.
Baseline. Zero deviation, right? When you're back back on a provable, livable, level surface, right?
Okay, and how much?
Not deviate at all.
Got it. And how much does the globe?
You just said that it's going to deviate, didn't you?
How much does the globe predict it's going to deviate in 50 miles?
It's going to deviate something, isn't it? You just said it would.
Yeah. How much?
You tell me. It's your claim, dude.
You don't know, do you?
You tell me how much it's going to deviate, because I claim it's not going to deviate after 50 miles. A mechanical gyroscope.
And here's the challenge. I'll tell you in a second here. Here's the challenge. You don't know the globe, yet you think you falsified it. At 50 miles, it will have deviated. It will have deviated slightly less than 1 degree from vertical. Let's do it 69 miles. Nice.
Well, 1 degree is going to be quite a few inches, though, isn't it?
There's no number of inches in this particular measurement. How are you measuring inches? What are you measuring it against? Where's the tape measure?
You can do the calculation. You can do the calculation with your altitude. If you bring it down to exactly the same level of altitude, then you can compare it.
You don't know how to do this
GPS.
test.
You could claim it. You could compare it with GPS.
What are you doing with GPS?
Trying to get to the same altitude so you could get the rise over run.
But how are you measuring the rise over run with a gyroscope?
Well, you have to prove that it's going to deviate. Has this test ever been done?
To my knowledge, it's never been done.
Fiber optic gyros deviate, so in theory, a mechanical one that's sufficiently sensitive, which is extremely difficult, would do that too.
Yeah. So I'm curious. How are you going to measure rise over run using a gyroscope?
It would be in terms of
no, hold on.
turning.
Don't ask him. I'm sorry. Don't answer for him. I want to hear his answer. How are you measuring rise over run?
Maybe that's not far enough. Maybe 50 miles is not far enough. Maybe we need to go further, because you're saying that the deviation is going to be so slight that you probably won't even see any.
I didn't say that. I'm asking how you're because you're talking about rise over run at 8 inches per mile squared. How are you using the gyroscope to measure 8 inches per mile squared?
Well, you could do that with calculations with GPS.
Oh, walk me through it.
Your altitude and your distance.
Let's walk through it. Let's walk through it. I'm ready. How do you measure the deviation?
I would actually no. That's not the point. The point is, I said the claimers, and how we can measure tangibly, because it's a tangible thing, isn't it? The gyroscope, mechanical gyroscope,
100%.
not fiber optic one, is a tangible, provable that it can show deviation from level.
Yes, absolutely. I completely agree. But I'm curious.
That level is bending everywhere.
Hold on.
Level
Calm
is
down. Hey, have some good vibes here.
Plumb lines aren't parallel.
Gooden up your vibes here. I'm just curious because you were talking about measuring 8 inches per mile squared using the gyroscope, and I just want to know how we're going to do that.
That was the suggestion, and basically, you're not controlling the conversation and the narrative. You ask for another method that we can tangibly measure and show the Earth curving or not. And this experiment, this measurement, would be a way that we could do it. And because it's your claim that it's going to be deviating, hang on, your claim that the gyroscope is going to be deviating from level when it gets to the 50-mile mark, you need to be able to come up with an explanation of how that's going to happen.
Yeah, just hold on. A gyroscope is not mutually exclusive of anything curving, buddy. Like, brother, I know you're trying to help the position, but like that's not a thing.
Oh, so you don't agree that this would be a definitive test of the Earth versus a globe versus flat?
No, because in an ether model, it would also.
Okay, well, let's finish up with good vibes, and then maybe you can provide test number 3. Since you're not going to take this, but I just want to know from good vibes. So good vibes. Here's what I'll say: in 69 miles, there will be a 1 degree deviation. That's what the globe predicts. If you can get a gyroscope that is sensitive enough to do this.
I'm sorry, I don't know where he's going with this magical ether model. Right, I don't know where that came from, and I don't see there being any magical slight drift like that. You're not going to notice it. It's a mechanical gyroscope. You can do a loop-de-loop, and you can
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you whatsoever. I'm 100% in agreement with you on this test. Yeah, no ether. He can have the next. He can have item number 3.
Yeah,
but so good vibes. If it was a misspeaking to suggest that you could measure using a gyroscope 8 inches per mile squared, you could just say, yeah, I didn't mean that. That would be fine. But I'm just curious to give you a chance to explore it or to just say, no, that wasn't what I meant.
Well, the whole reason for this is to show that the plumb lines that you claim are parallel right, are not parallel, are actually parallel. Right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise you'd notice the gyroscope deviating from level once it got to its destination.
I agree. We're on board.
So okay, if you
Fiber optic
claim that
gyros
this is
do
like,
deviate.
Can we go back to the line?
All right. Well, I think Good Vibes and I'm going to write this down because Good Vibes and I are in agreement. And I think I think your 8 inches per mile squared measurement using a gyroscope maybe just a misspeaking. So I'll just give you a pass on that. So here we go, and I agree. Now, that's good. I think that's good. And if we had a gyroscope that was a mechanical gyroscope that was high enough quality that over this kind of distance and the travel that it would require would be able to maintain rigidity in 3-dimensional space, then after a 69-mile distance, if it did not deviate by 1 degree, then I'd say, yep, that's evidence that it's flat. And would you also say
if you had two mountains, right, and they were sloping away from each other? So if you went to the back of the mountain in the distance and the back of the mountain behind you, right, and you started on the back of the mountain, which was on a 5-degree slope, right, and that's where you took off, and you take your gyroscope to the other mountain on a slope as well, you're going to show that there's a deviation, aren't you?
No, let's not use the slope.
Have to be like,
let's use a level like this.
10-meter distance, and you can prove how a gyroscope works within 10 meters. You don't need to go 50 miles.
Well, but the question is, how much does it deviate in 10 feet?
Yeah,
and can we measure that?
The gyroscope can't do an infinite
let's let
speed.
Piezo get in. Piezo was waiting.
Yeah. Well, I think Jesus Christ is Lord is next, but maybe Piezo. I don't know. Anyway, but Good Vibes. I don't think we need to use the slope of the mountain. We could use a more precise than this, but we could use a level when we're at our starting and destination. So maybe we could do that if somebody comes up with a gyroscope that is that precise, mechanical gyroscope, then we're good. I'm with you, and we can be in agreement. I just want to make sure you're in agreement that if we did this test and there was a deviation of 1 degree at 69 miles, you would say that's evidence for the globe, correct? Because I said the other.
So you'd probably have to do it. You'd probably also have a caveat there that you'd have to do it probably at a higher speed, say Mach 3 or Mach 4.
Why would you have to do it at Mach 3?
We let Piezo get in place.
I think that if you're doing it so slow, it's not going to show any deviation if you're doing it.
All right, that's
slow.
fine. All right, so your plane has to go Mach 3 for 69 miles.
No. The gyroscope has to spin.
Not you. Piezo's waiting to get in, please.
Yeah, so fiber optic gyros do precess. That's why they use them on airplanes, in inertial navigation systems, on boats, on missiles, things like that.
Okay, so I don't know. Jesus Christ is Lord. What's your actual name? I think that's not your name. And Piezo. Who?
Piezo.
Oh, yeah. You're Piezo?
Yeah.
Oh, why don't you go by Piezo then? Hold on.
That is a nice name, Piezo, and he is very smart.
Okay. All right.
I would just stop talking to this guy.
Less of me, more of him.
Seriously, this is
all right. Let's go, Piezo.
You're just writing all this down in the Flerf wiki.
All right, calm down, Jeremy.
I mean, can't blame him. You might be writing it down in there.
I can just hear you taking notes. Yeah, it's bullshit.
You can see me taking notes right here. I'm sharing.
You taking notes.
I'm sharing my notes right here on the screen. I'm sharing it. You can
he got
see
you,
it.
Jeremy. He got you, bro.
I wasn't even watching it, so who cares?
Yeah, there's a lot of notes on that screen right now.
Yeah, he's gonna
By the way, I'm not interested in a discussion about the test. I was just trying to clarify a misunderstanding on what that one guy was saying. So I'm just listening to you guys.
All right. So you don't have a different test that you'd like? I'm just because Gio is like, there's a whole bunch of tests, and I'm open. I'm open to the tests. So, all right, maybe somebody else has a flat globe test that they think would be definitive, and they would put their name to.
The ancients and all these religions and the mystics or whatever, they claimed the Earth's flat or whatever. What if like their visions or the revelations or messages they got? What if it plain, or what if like it's not in what if that's in a higher dimensional geometry?
So like the physical Earth is a globe, but the higher dimensional is flat.
I can't. I'm done defending the geometry of flat Earth, not flat Earthers. There's just no way. But what if, like, from a higher dimension? I've seen diagrams of like nested hypertoruses, one torus field, but then within another, and these higher dimensional things, there's many views of them via lower dimensions, via different lower dimensional angles, because from the right corner or the left corner, it appears like a whole different thing, even though it's not.
I don't know.
So
maybe
there's what we got to find, like a balancing middle ground here. Because go ahead.
All right. So
We go back to the line test.
Oh wait, I just so everybody knows, gate breaker could for the audience. Who are you? Can you just so people know?
Globe.
Okay. All right.
Unfortunately, but it is what it is.
Well, welcome. All right. Well, who wants to go back to the cement plateau?
Okay, if you want to measure a curve, you need a straight line.
Yeah.
Only way you're going to get a straight line is shoot a laser down a pipe, evacuate the pipe. Laser will give you your straight line. Then you run a pipe full of water with an upstand at each end, an upstand in the middle. That gives you your level with, and then you just take that off the line. Now, as far as I remember, it's 2 inches per mile. If you had 5 miles, that gives you inches of curvature.
So, I previously double checked.
You need
the difference between an arc length and a chord length in 10 miles on the surface of the Earth is 0.17 inches, not 2 inches in 1 mile.
Okay, well, a measurement.
But if you're talking about the difference, you're talking about the difference between the arc and the chord. This distance right here, I don't know if you're seeing what I'm seeing here, but this distance right here is the sagitta or the sagitta. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. This distance here, we could see over 2 miles maybe. In 1 mile, this is not much. I think you're right at 2 inches. This gap here is about 2 inches.
It's not. Everybody's saying it's 8 inches. Well, 8 inches just gives you the
8 inches is at a mile. The sagitta at half. The sagitta of a mile is in the middle. This is 2 inches.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
it's 2 inches.
Yeah. The difference. No, so let's just be clear. I just want to be clear. The distance between the arc length and the chord length, that's 0.17 inches.
No, just the straight.
The sagitta is 2 inches.
Just the straight line is 1 mile. So you've got to have a straight line to measure a curve. Am I right?
Well, there's potentially other ways, but I think that's a good way. How about that?
If you haven't got a straight line, you can't measure a curve, can you?
Well, if you had a curve that you know, right? There's multiple ways to measure a curve. Say that you have a curve that you know moves at a certain or arcs at a certain amount, and you put a different curve next to it. Well, you can do a differential between them. So there's more than one way to measure a curve, but a straight line's a great way.
Yeah, well, straight line's the only way, as far as I'm concerned. So you've got to have a straight line to measure the curve. And the math, 2 inches.
Okay.
Did that. Whether I'm wrong, anyway, what you've got to do to measure the curve. If you go 5 miles, to get the straight line, you shoot a laser down a pipeline, right? Evacuate the pipe. That means you're eliminating all your variables.
So you're going to take a 5 mile pipe and you're going to...
variable you've got to measure is gravity.
Hold on, I want to make sure I get this. Hold on. You're going to take a 5 mile pipe, you're going to evacuate all the air, and then you're going to shoot a laser through the pipe.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
through the pipe. That's right. Hey, well, it's all plausible.
It's possible. Expensive, but possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only other variable is you've got to take into account the variation in gravity along the length of the pipe.
Because
water.
Because what are you going to do with the water?
Well, you run another pipe alongside of it.
Okay.
An upstand in the middle and an upstand at the end. Fill it with water, and then it will find its level in the pipe.
Why don't you just shoot a laser across the surface of the water?
No, because then you've got refraction and diffraction and all that other shit. Put it in the
separate it
pipe
by
and
like
evacuate.
You can put a little
the
bit.
laser in the pipe, evacuate the air. You've eliminated all that variable. There might be static charges in the pipe depending on what the pipe is, but you just have to work that out.
Oh, well, light is not affected by static.
Yeah, but if your pipe alongside of it gives you your water level, and that will follow the curve of the Earth. If it's flat, it will be flat. If it's curved, it will be curved. It will be higher in the middle, or it will be the same as the laser line. So the laser line is straight, theoretically.
All right, so let me see if I can get this.
The only way I've come up with
Because of the vacuum.
I think he's describing LIGO.
Well, the vacuum eliminates all your variable.
He is describing LIGO. It's been done.
He's saying
with a 4-kilometer pipe.
Yeah, I know LIGO. Yeah.
He's saying two identical pipes side by side, in which you're able to put the water exactly to the halfway mark of the one pipe, and the laser straight through the center of the other pipe. The second pipe's vacuumed out, and then go to the other ends of the pipes and look and see if the laser comes out centered at the same point that the water does.
Yeah. So
the water will find its level. Right? The only variable with the water is if the gravity changes. That will then change the level of the water at that point as it goes along, because it changes
over that distance.
The water is then going to be different.
Yeah. Well, of course, you could measure the variation in gravity, but even so, the variation in gravity over the surface of the Earth is not that significant that it would have a major impact. But I think all right. So I'm trying to draw this. I don't know if you can see.
Eliminating variables. That's
all. Yeah, and that's good. Are you a flatty or a globe?
Like more flat than globe.
All right, and you love Foster's, right?
Too much bullshit. No, I don't drink.
But if you did, you'd love Foster's.
No, drink. Never drunk beer.
All right, so then we have. But I said if you did drink,
I had 3 beers. If I did drink when I was younger, if I had 3 beers, I used to just throw it up.
I'm with you.
Never drunk.
Is this blue?
I'm nearly 70.
I don't know if this is blue. All right, so we've got. Now we've got a pipe with 3 tubes in it, maybe.
But it's basically a water level.
Yep.
Use a pipe as a water level. The most accurate level you can get.
Yeah. So, well, there's more ways to be accurate than that, but.
Nah. Water level is the most accurate.
It's accurate, but what does it tell you about what you're looking at up ahead of you? It's accurate where you're at, but up ahead, what is it? You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So here is what I think you're saying. Are you Doc? Are you looking at my stream that I'm sharing?
Yeah, that's it.
Beasticles, I wanted to talk to Piezo, but he didn't want to talk to me, so that's fine. You take it up with him. All right, so I think this is a great test. This would be fantastic. I don't know how feasible it is, because this is a lot of money, but even over a mile, I think you're right. This different between what you established with a laser here, in the evacuated pipe, from here to here, right, is your 1 mile. And in the middle here, you'd have this in the middle where it would be a 2-inch difference. I'm with you. I think that'd be great.
If you did it over 5 miles, you get a 10-inch variation, which basically...
No, it'd be much more than 10-inch. It compounds.
Yeah, 2.5 miles would be a full foot and a half of an inch of Sagitta.
There you go. Is Sagitta the right way, Jesse, you think?
I have no idea.
Okay. I don't know if it's Sagitta or Sagitta. Maybe somebody does know.
I mean...
That's the simplest way of doing it.
Yeah. All right.
Not the simplest, but that's the
I
only
think
way
it's Sagittarius,
I
not
can see to do it.
Sagittarius. So I would think Sagitta.
So that's a way to do it using optical that I think everybody would agree with because you evacuated the pipe. Right.
It's not a Sagitta, by the way. It's a slope. It's just going to be a slope.
That's not a slope. Because
on a ball, the ground is always going down away from you. You're always on the top of the ball if you're at sea level.
I don't think you quite understand the geometry of it, but that's okay. Good vibes.
I don't think you realize there's no such thing as a Sagitta that you're going to be looking at, dude.
Well, that's the claim. That's the thing we would be testing if we were to do this experiment.
Point.
Well, no.
Either proves it's flat or it's curved.
All right, Krakatoon.
Past each other.
Krakatoon says Sagitta.
Good.
All right, I don't know. Clive is saying it's pronounced, and then he just spelled it out the same way, which doesn't help me. But Krakatoon did give me a help. I don't know if it's correct though, because it's just somebody making a claim. All right, I think I'm good. I'm good with that. So now, good vibes. I just want to, not good vibes. Piezo Beasticles has asserted that he thinks he thinks I'm scared of you. But the problem is, I was talking to you, and then you're like, I don't want to talk about it. So Beasticles, maybe Piezo, did you back out and not want to talk to me, or did I back out and not want to talk to you just for Beasticles' sake?
I don't think he's even in here.
He was.
He's chat skanking.
Yeah, he's in the
and
chat.
listening on the web.
Yeah. If anybody's scared, I think it's Beasticles is scared.
There's this old saying, the truth can stand the heat. MCToon he's holding the candle right next to it, and it's not fucking melting.
Wait, what is this tune? Is this proof of curvature right here? What are we looking at?
Well, this is
coming from someone who used to be a flat earther.
So this is a test. Hold on. I was asked what this was. I'll answer. This is a test. It's test number 1 right here. That Geo. It's a modification of it. That Geo suggested that would be a good test between the Earth and the globe, where you have a cement plateau that's shaped to 8 inches per mile squared of deviation from horizontal. A curve, right? You build it as a curve, or you build it as straight, one or the other, and then you compare it to something. And I asked him, how do you construct that? And really, the only way is optically. And so then Doc comes in.
So it's a concrete globe proportional to 8 inches per mile squared.
Well, hold on.
But it's not 8 inches per mile squared.
You know, this drawing would
calculation
even
just finds.
This drawing is a straw man of both, though.
This is perfect for the globe. Absolutely correct for the globe.
That water is all connected to the same baseline, right? Like there's like a tank in the bottom with the open pipes, right?
Yeah.
So if you just keep filling the bottom up until it starts filling up the pipes, it's going to fill all the pipes up equally everywhere.
But on the globe, the middle one will be higher than the other two.
But on the globe,
in relation to this straight line,
it'll be higher in the middle.
Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't be drawing the pipe being more filled with water. What you would be doing is all the pipes would be equally filled, but one pipe would be higher up inside the other pipe.
Yeah, that's what I drew right here.
No, it doesn't matter.
So it's not the scale because it has like a very small amount of empty space, and the other ones have like a lot of empty space. That's what I was.
Hold on, let me help you. I didn't think I needed to do this, but I guess
pipes are open to the atmosphere.
There you go. Not to
scale. The pipes are open to the atmosphere, so
it's not about that.
Your level.
It's not about that.
Well, without
Okay.
getting picky with his drawings, I mean,
Yeah,
we
see.
should still know how it would work on the globe. So
The point would be like, here's the thing: if you constructed this setup, the only like you'd be referring to the actual build out because, of course, if let's say that the water line fills the pipes up to 75%, all the pipes are going to be 75%. It's not that any of the pipes are not going to be 75% full. It's that on a glob, the middle pipe would be like higher than the other ones if the other pipe was truly perfectly straight, and then like the other one that's truly perfectly straight would be like a different deviation off the ground in the other places. So it would all be down to construction. You need a test that doesn't rely on your construction. You need a test where you put the two different pipes side by side so
You
that
must
they're
have
identical
missed.
pipes, and you don't have to rely on the construction. You
I
can
think
just
you
trust
missed his
that
description.
everywhere in the pipe is straight with respect to the local level, and then do the thing he was saying earlier with the vacuum. Like if you put a water pipe, like that big pipe that you have, if you just had two of them, the first one that you've got drawn is the vacuum pipe with a laser down the middle. A second pipe right next to it, running side by side like a double barrel shotgun, side by side. You fill that one up to the halfway line with water, and you close the ends off, right, with like acrylic or glass so you can see in it. So the water line is going to be flat all the way through the pipe. And what you can do is, the laser enters on the vacuum pipe. It's centered on the A side. You go all the way to B side and see if it comes out centered. Because if it's vacuum, it should be hitting a target on the opposite side centered, because there should be no deviation. Now, the thing is it's hard to get a really big vacuum because it creates a lot of pressure. So the bigger you make your tank, the harder it is to hold that vacuum. But you could still make a pipe that'll do it. Make a steel pipe, it'll do it.
Any pipe. I mean, you can get a pipe 5 miles long with poly pipe.
Yeah,
You just got to make it straight, right?
Right.
And then you just evacuate it, which is like 15 psi pressure, and then your laser goes down the thing. The other pipe is just like a normal pipe, and the upstands are just clear plastic. You just fill it with water, and the water find its own level. Doesn't matter how long it is. It could be 10 miles long. It's going to find level.
But you see the thing
the measure against the laser.
Yeah,
It's a
no, I
straight
get
line.
it. But the thing that he's got drawn on this paper, people would still
I
be
know.
arguing, because the argument would be over the construction of it. Because the thing that we're trying to find in the first place is going to be something that's determined by the construction in this setup. You need something that you wouldn't depend on knowing the answer beforehand. You could just take two straight pipes, because once again, if it's actually on a curved surface, then for a pipe to follow the surface, it wouldn't be straight, right? So we need to get rid of that definition, and we'll let the laser in the vacuum test if the pipe's actually straight, and it'll be compared to the water in the second pipe.
Yeah, that's right. But water finds its own level.
Right, I know. But if it's a glob, then it would find a curve.
Yeah, it'd be high. The water level would be higher in the middle.
Yep.
Well,
that's what the globe predicts right here. This is what the globe predicts.
What you're saying,
Now,
though,
if it's
dude,
flat,
is that you have
wait a minute.
no.
Wait a minute.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, go on.
You're saying that, okay, you're mixing flat and curved together into one experiment right now. You're saying, like, we have a straight pipe, but we have a water
That's
level
right.
that's curved. But if it was a straight pipe and the water level was curved, then the pipe
You're missing.
hold on, I'm not finished. If you had a straight pipe, but on a glob, the pipe's perfectly straight, but the ground's not, right? And then you have a water level that's going to follow the curve of the ground. If the pipe was truly straight, but the ground was curved, then the pipe would not follow the ground in the first place.
The laser is
That's what I'm
straight.
saying.
We've established straight with the laser. We don't need to care about the pipe.
No,
the laser is our source of truth.
Nothing to do with the pipe.
Yeah, but if you're going to do all that, then you don't even need. If you're just going to base it just on that alone, you don't even need the second pipe. You just need one pipe.
How do you know that the pipe is straight?
You missed the point.
You don't know if the pipe is straight.
This is a test.
The laser
This is
shoots
a
straight if
test.
it's collimated in a vacuum.
Yeah.
But the second
to
pipe is to
prove
determine that the collimation is
whether
correct.
No, the water
radius
is
or
to
flat.
test.
Water is the test. The laser is just
No,
a straight line.
I get it, but oh my gosh.
You don't get it.
If
It's clear you don't get it.
Don't.
no,
You don't get it either, dude.
If you have two pipes, we got the vacuum with the laser. That one's we understand that one.
Neither of the pipes are
If
straight.
it follows the ground.
Neither of the pipes follow the ground.
Okay, yeah, on a glob.
Neither of them, in this test, we did not use the ground, and we don't care about the straightness of the pipes.
How long are these pipes? How long are they?
1 mile in this example here.
Or 5 miles.
But 5 miles is fine too. But it doesn't matter. We are not using the straightness of the pipe in either of these instances, either of these pipes. The straightness is being established by the laser, and then the levelness is established by the water. We all agree water is level. The question is level flat or is level a curve? And this will determine whether or not level is flat or level is curve.
Yeah, but once again, if you're going to build a 5 mile long pipe, how are you going to determine it's straight in the first place?
Laser. The laser.
No. No, listen. You have to have the pipe built before you can ever stick the laser in there. That's what I'm telling you. So when you build the pipe in the first place, the very thing that you're trying to build is a straight pipe that's 5 miles long. You can't just ship it out of the factory, 5 mile long straight pipe. You have to segment a bunch of smaller pieces together as you go.
That's what you do.
Yeah, so they'll do that then. So they'll do that then.
Okay, but you don't know.
It's a good point. In a minute. It's a good point. It's true. It has to be done, but they'll do that in this hypothetical, right?
But once again, if it's a glob and the gravitational potential is pulling away from the original vertical at every next vertical along the way, then the pipe's not going to be constructed straight.
Doesn't matter. When you put the laser in it, you find out, and then you fix it.
Yeah, but when you collimate the laser and you put the laser on a level and you shoot it out, right, you're gonna assume that it's gonna hit the other end of the pipe. And if it doesn't hit the other end of the pipe, like we're talking what a mile, right?
It's not a globe gotcha. It's just a thing to consider. Right?
You straighten the pipe. You can make the pipe. The bigger the pipe, you can make it out of polypipe. You know what polypipe is?
Okay, that's beside the point.
Join it up all the time. They make
when we first put
kilometers.
when we first put the laser in there, okay, how are we going to assure ourselves that the laser is properly aligned?
They might have to build it that pipe vertically then.
We got some easy answers to this.
Wait a minute.
5 miles in the air. That's the solution.
Inside the pipe, you put a little receiver. Shoot the laser down the pipe, and as you pull the pipe, the remote thing through the pipe enters the pipe with the laser. Okay, you pull it forward, and then you move the whole pipe and shift it incrementally as you go along the pipe. You pull a pig inside the pipe.
The angle deviate. But my point is that the angle deviation on the laser beam, in order to create a change of how many inches did you say it was going to be, like deviated from level?
On a 1 mile pipe, the sagitta is 2 inches.
Okay, so 2 inches compared to 5280 times 12. So you've got 10, 5, 60, 52, 10. You've got like 63,700 and 840. So you got like 60-something thousand inches versus 1 inch. So the angle is going to be incredibly tiny of deviation from perfectly level. The collimation on the laser is going to have to be a pinpoint. And then when you actually put it in there to tune it, like my point is that when you put this laser into this pipe that we don't know if it's straight yet or not because we're trying to measure that, that's the whole point of the test, your tolerance on determining whether that laser is properly aligned with the other end, how are you going to determine that? Like what you would do is most people would point it to the other end and make sure it hits centered. It's like, okay, it's centered on the far end. That means it's aligned up, but that defeats the whole point of the test too.
Yeah, it's difficult to do, but it is doable.
Yeah, of course, nobody's going to do this. The whole point of flat earthers proposing tests is to make them so difficult that they would never get done.
No one's going to do it.
Well, what flat earther is going to collect the money to do this? No flat earthers are going to get together to do this, right? Well, we already know how to measure these types of things using. Hold on a second. Okay. We already know how to do these things using all sorts of techniques, and so we're okay with this. So to satisfy flat earthers, so that they may test and show that they are correct, this would be something I would expect a lot of flat earthers to want to do. But I don't expect that, having watched what flat earthers do over the last 8 years, that none of them will get together to do this. Actually,
boring.
I know, that's what they say. They're like, they don't want to test the Earth.
You can crowdfund it, but the problem is this is not just a proof for flat Earth. This is a proof for globe.
It's already the globe's already been proven. That's already been done.
Prove.
It has been.
No, it's not.
From the flat Earth side,
Physically
something like this would require
measured.
the community to get together and brainstorm and put their egos to the side, and over time. But that's not what FE's about. It's about just one person getting a fucking big name and everyone sucking up to them. So,
let it out. Let this be your
so
counseling
I mean,
session.
yeah. I mean, that's it.
There it is. All right, I just
Get
posted.
it off your chest.
I posted multiple measurements of the globe.
It's okay to cry.
What, like, who here would be a part of it? Like, there's some things going up. You'll say you are, but like, I'm in. Part of fucking nothing.
I'm in.
So you're gonna have to align this laser to within 6.5 arc seconds in a 1 mile pipe.
Okay.
And
that can be done.
Collimation of the laser. But the collimation of the laser is not going to hold 6.5 arc seconds.
Well, flat earthers imagine that lasers are pencil thin for no matter how long. But I know that they aren't. The collimation is a problem over a mile.
Yeah, but if it's through a vacuum,
that doesn't matter.
Yeah, you won't get scattering in a vacuum, and you won't get refraction in a vacuum, but you still get collimation errors in a vacuum.
Yeah, you get dispersion. It diverges. There's beam divergence. And it's going to be way more than 6.5 arc seconds.
Yeah, I thought your friends, MCToon, I thought your friends down at National Geographic did an experiment with a laser over a lake. Didn't that show that the lake was curving?
I don't have any friends at National Geographic.
I've got to go. I've got someone here. I'll be back.
All right. Okay, well,
I do like the idea of
I'm in on this.
Of a laser inside of a vacuum tube that's really, really long, though. But like I said, like the hardware you would need to pull that off is like mind-boggling.
All right,
so
this
is collimation on a laser is not feasible.
Why is it that every experiment that the ballers do to try and prove that it's curving in this day and age, always proven that they're doing some type of a mischievous, like a deceiving fucking bullshit, like the National Geographic one, right? Does everyone know that one?
All right, so goodbye. Sorry, not goodbye. Piezo, number 3. So you don't like
just roll over it like it didn't exist. That experiment.
Hold on. I was having it. You're just rolling over the conversation that we were already having and interrupting it. So let's get back to the conversation and ignore your interruption. Piezo.
Well, how about get on to number 3?
I am asking Piezo for number 3. So Piezo. Beasticles was trying to come at me because he thought that I was trying to avoid you. I'm not. So let's talk about what you think might be a good test for differentiating between the globe and flat.
Yeah. So honestly, for approaching it from an engineering perspective it's really hard because like the test that you just displayed in theory would be a good test, but applicationally it's extremely difficult. We need something that has a form factor that's accessible and doesn't require hardware that's impossible to acquire or procure. So I would say that probably the easiest thing to meet those demands would be something like microwaves. So you'd have to build some type of microwave emitter and receiver relay system, and then shoot it out over vast distances at known altitudes in clear weather, and see how far you can pick it up from.
The thing is with that one, there's going to be an additional conflict with so microwave light, and some people are arguing like, oh, light spinning up or light spinning down, just that idea in general. So that's gonna. I just see that immediately as an issue.
Yeah, but
Okay,
microwave.
so I want to get clear. Are you testing whether or not the surface of the Earth is going to obstruct it, or are you doing some sort of a distance test?
Yeah, so I would say that you would see if the surface of the Earth obstructs it.
Okay, and
how consistently it happens or doesn't happen, and things like that. So if you were to, it would ideally be done in regions in which atmospheric attenuation and or atmospheric variability in the like beam path is very low, so that you can have like minimal deviation from microwave propagation. Microwave propagation is known to be line of sight, so that's why you choose it.
It is not
radio waves.
It is not line of sight. It is definitely not. Microwave is particularly not line of sight. That's why
it's millimeter wave. It is line of sight.
No, it's not. There's scattering. Scattering is used often for long range communication. Not so much anymore because of FCC rules and power near people. But scattering is a great way to get longer than line of sight. Refraction does happen to microwaves. So does diffraction. So and ducting. So all of those things need to be controlled for confounding variables. So anyway, but you control for these variables. So no attenuation. You control for.
You could put it at an altitude that's not super high, so you don't have to deal with those.
But if you're using the surface of the Earth to block it, then it's not high. You've excluded the possibility.
Flat place.
But you've excluded the possibility of it being at high elevation, because your specific test is to see if the surface of the Earth is blocking it. So no matter what, you are requiring it to be at low elevation for a long portion of its path. So that's going to be the challenge.
Well, yeah, so you go out to like the Midwest or to the salt flats in South America, or someplace that's got a long, straight, flat area. The Midwest would be probably pretty good. You could go do it in the evening in like clear weather in the Midwest. And then as long as you were to do it in a region where, there's nothing in the way except maybe like, cactuses or whatever's out there, you could probably put the emitter station no more than like 10 or 15 feet up, something around that range, and then put a receiver station as far away as you can.
No, it's going to have to be much higher than that. That a microwave at 10 or 15 feet, you're not going to be. It's not like a pencil thin beam. A good example, right, is near us. We have a link. It's about 100 kilometers or 80 kilometers across the ocean. The towers are about 200 high, I think, and they've got to have a stack of receiver transmitters covering about a 15 or 20 meter span in altitude, because as the weather changes, the path deflects, and you get refraction of the microwaves in weather. And you'll see that all around the place. Anywhere there's particularly over water, a microwave transmission system will have a stack of antennas, which is not for capacity, it's for antenna diversity. So that as the beams bend, there's always an antenna at the other end that's picking up more of the signal. But the other thing you can do with microwaves, right, is you can encode a signal on there, and you can do phase range measurement. And if you've got a few microwaves, you might be able to measure the geometry by phase ranging. I see you've ruled out GPS, but we can build our own GPS effectively and do phase ranging on a radio signal.
I have to think about it because the refraction part of it, like I do get that all forms of electromagnetic radiation experience refraction.
Yep.
And attenuation, but because of microwaves wavelength, when they do, you know, bend, while they do bend, you don't have to worry as much about diffraction. Because by the time they reach the target distance, their wavelength isn't going to have stretched out enough to be like meaningful in like in the way it would be for like a radio tower emitting AM or FM radio for like a radio song. It's so you don't. It eliminates a lot of those problems.
I don't know how.
Yeah,
I don't see how it eliminates diffraction. Diffraction is still an issue.
It would be a much smaller issue.
Why?
Because diffraction's like the amount of diffraction or the capability of a signal to diffract is wavelength is an important property.
Okay.
For how much.
So you say you use so I have written down here control for diffraction, refraction, ducting, scattering, and no atmospheric attenuation of some sort, or control for that. So you're going to control for diffraction by choosing a frequency that is known to have less diffraction.
Minimize.
Okay.
Yeah, minimizes it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a good way to do it. And the attenuation and the power is important too, and maybe you can get something along those lines, because diffraction will greatly reduce the power.
Yeah, you can actually tell. That's another thing. You can, if you do it far enough, and you wouldn't probably be able to do it far enough for this, but maybe you could. If you do it far enough, you can tell whether the signal has experienced what they call creeping wave diffraction or not, because there's established formulas for those within radio standards, and so it tells you how much energy attenuation you'll have or signal loss you'll have. So the further away you get, like the more drastic the difference in your received signal will be.
So that's a good point, because diffraction, if the surface of the Earth is blocking it, but because diffraction is happening, you can still get the signal, but the power is going to be significantly lower. Refraction doesn't greatly diminish the power. Ducting can increase the power if you have an omnidirectional signal or transmitter, and which
you won't for a microwave emitter.
Even if you do have a high gain, it still has a non-straight. It still is a cone, and so ducting can give you a slight gain in the power on the receiving
but it'll be low
side.
altitude, so that shouldn't be an issue. Ducting is like if you accept everything that's taught about it as 100% fact, it's something that occurs at altitude, not like very close to ground level.
How long of a distance? You said 10 to 15 feet up, so you're talking quite a few miles.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe ducting is eliminated if we can stay below the ducting.
Yeah, maybe we could do like 10 miles or something and see what we get.
And scattering can also be identified, because scattering reduces the power significantly on the receiving end as well. So both diffraction and scattering are things that are used to transmit signals a long distance, but it drops the power. So for example, there are some long range microwave transmitters across large bodies of water that are too long for line of sight, but they use very powerful transmitters and very sensitive receivers, and they rely on scattering to get the signal across.
Well, and that's why I'm trying to design it in such a way that someone can't say it's because of these things. Because, for example, we've already got multi-thousand-mile microwave transmissions across, from California to Hawaii, for example, that have occurred. They're in the amateur radio transmission records and stuff. And so, every time someone brings those up, it's like, oh, well, it was just tropospheric ducting on that day. It had to be. And no one can argue that, because you're not going to go back and model out the atmosphere across 2,000 miles on some day 20 years ago. You know what I mean? So
yeah. Well, I talked to I think Soli a couple weeks ago, and he brought up a particular one in the Canary Islands, and it didn't go well for him because the distance actually would be impossible. The power would be impossible for flat Earth because the distance is longer for flat Earth. And but you do get with ducting, like I mentioned, with ducting you get a slight gain especially from an omni directional antenna or transmitter, because it's entering the duct in multiple angles and then combining them. That's why you get that gain increase.
Yeah, it's like shooting something into a reflective pipe, and then the different little strings all start like weaving together across distance as it swirls around. Yeah, I get it, but that's why you'd have to use like a beam-formed antenna that shoots out like a ray, right? That's got a very small cone.
Yeah, that can reduce it. Well, all right. I think that constructed well would be a good one. So then I'll just say Pios and I agree, and I would guess that unfornicated Dan O, who's in the chat right now, he would might be interested in this. He may have things that he would his expertise could expand on a little bit, because this is his field.
And you could do different types of, like, because microwave is very data capable. You could do different types of coherent modulation on your signal, and so depending on like what changes in the signal between transmission and reception, it could also give you additional clues, like to phase information, like Dazza was saying, or other things that might change. So
2 frequencies might help as well. If you have dual frequency, you can eliminate a whole bunch of scenarios that are frequency dependent.
Yeah, and you can calculate also if you use multiple frequencies based on, because if it's only 10 miles, then you can pretty well map out what the atmospheric simulation would be.
So
if you get localized data somewhere, if you do it in a location like nearby, weather station, or nearby some type of, atmospheric monitoring system, then it would help you be able to model out the refraction. So that way, when you use multiple frequencies, you could see how much different they would be affected by refraction, and that would allow you to tell, like, okay, what are we receiving? How much of these?
Unfortunately, while there is a difference in frequencies, it's not much. The refraction does not vary a lot in these different frequencies that are both in the microwave range. But maybe there's something.
Microwave.
So anyway, so this is actually kind of similar to the test that Dano did suggest that we do when we were on with Dr. Shiva several months ago, back in November. He had proposed something along these lines. So, and we had suggested maybe we should do it. That hasn't come to happen yet, but I think Dan would be interested in this. I would too. He wanted to do it in off the East Coast there, and I'm like, I don't want to get to the East Coast. I just don't have a chance anytime soon.
You're gonna need to actually do a lot of real engineering level work on the math side of things here, though, in terms of calculating like your dB loss and how much power you should be receiving at your receiver antenna, and even setting it all up and pointing it. It's going to actually, it's not going to be an easy thing. Like, this is the simplest thing that's probably been laid out so far, and probably the best, but it's not simple. Don't mistake it for that.
I'm not going to.
Out of all of the suggestions, though, dude, like, there's only 2 tangible experiments so far. Geo's experiment was 100% tangible, and my one with the gyroscope showing that plumb lines do not deviate. And these other ones are using lasers that, like, you're getting into the realms of, like, out of tangible now.
Okay.
Well, gyroscopes, I mean, fiber optic gyroscopes do
mechanical,
recess, right?
mechanical. We're talking mechanical.
It's all the same.
Okay, if you had a gyroscope and you're able to go just the minimum distance as fast as you could and show that it deviated, right, level to level. You just take off at level, you land at levels. Whatever distance you think is going to show deviation, because you claim there's deviation, don't you, MCToon? And if you claim there's going to be some deviation on the mechanical gyroscope, you're going to have to show that there is.
100%. I'm with you. I already wrote down. Look, I wrote down that I'm with you. You and we are in agreement on this particular test.
Are you going to show that this can be done or not?
Yeah,
I don't.
Into the mechanical gyro before. It's really.
He asked me a question, Piezo. Come on. He asked me, not you. I mean, we're gonna have the same answer.
Mechanical gyro is so precise in the airplane, though, right?
So I don't know of the existence of a mechanical gyroscope that I think would satisfy this. They do. The bearings are just imperfect, so I don't know. But with a large enough budget, it's possible.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
And you'll see that international aircraft heavily relied on purely mechanical gyroscopes to establish their orientation and assist in dead reckoning navigation.
Yeah. And
So
do you know how they
tool, they also precise as well.
Well, hold on.
Pendulous veins.
Yeah, pendulous veins. You didn't know about pendulous veins, and that's you should read up on that. Anyway,
if you're going a far enough distance, you're going to experience drift. That's for sure. It's you're moving it. You're causing it to have some type of imbalance or friction there. But like if you do it on just the minimum distance, you should be able to prove it's deviating. What do you think's the minimum distance?
I think 69 miles is a great amount, and I think a 1 degree deviation is certainly a measurable amount. But I don't know if there exists a gyroscope that could do this. Maybe one could be commissioned that could do this. Bob Nodell commissioned one that may be able to do this. I'm not sure. But
for the record, he never paid for that.
Bob never paid?
Well, yeah, it wasn't his project. He just showcased it until it started showing Earth rotation.
Oh, then he didn't like it anymore.
So once again, there are tabletop gyroscopes that I've looked into this. There are really, really, really high grade gyroscopes that exist that will, in a tabletop setup, detect drift. However, in terms of like isolating it entirely, you're going to have something that's got like mu metal on it. In a shielded enclosure, it's going to have a Faraday cage as well as a mu metal shielding. It's going to have to be under vacuum. It's going to have bearings that are like super crazy good and all these different things. Because like you said before, if you're going to put it on an airplane, you're going to put it in an environment with vibration and all these different things. The way that regular gyroscopes were used in the past, they had pendulous vanes, and that's not valid for the purposes of what you're trying to test. So you would have to have a crazy setup that's probably beyond, in order to put it in motion, you have to have a crazy setup that goes beyond, what is probably possible.
Piezo, that's why I said, I don't know if this exists. I know it doesn't, Piezo. But to Good Vibes, I said, I'm with you on this. And if Good Vibes is like, let's go find that gyroscope, I think he's going to, I know what he's going to find, that this gyroscope doesn't exist. And then he's going to say, nah. But
yeah, well, I want to ask that tabletop experiment. Like,
I was just going to say, the way to do this, one way to do it, you have one gyroscope with pendulous vanes and then one without pendulous vanes. And you can compare them as you fly over the surface and stay at one altitude. And then also having several different types of gyroscopes all simultaneously could make it stronger as well to see all the effects. So having the pendulous vanes and non with pendulous vanes would give somewhat of a reference. That's one of the test ideas involved with the gyroscopes.
So let's just give me a little thing here. Ninja Guy Dan says, I'm a private pilot certified holder. You're correct. The directional gyro in the planes that I fly drift constantly and have to be regularly readjusted to match the corrected compass heading. So that's because the bearings in them are imperfect. And so every several minutes, 10 or 15 minutes, I think they have to readjust they cage it and then they adjust it to their known direction and level.
That's why I said you need to do it at Mark 3 so you can cut down on the time frame so you don't get you're not going to get
That has nothing to do with it. That's not. It's a whole different issue that you're trying to
How
solve.
long does it take for it to
We're
process
not
on the
gonna get a-
table?
How are you?
Get an SR-71, bro.
How are you going to get? How are you going to?
Take?
Listen to this. Listen to how crazy this is. You want to move a gyroscope 69 miles, and you want to move Mach 3 between the 69 miles in order to do it. You're going to have a runway and you're going to have an SR-71 fly it 69 miles.
Yeah. Yes.
That's how crazy flat earthers are. This is insane. I love it. Anyway, let me just, I am not saying that I am up to speed as much as Dano is, but I do have the background. This was my book in college when I was in college studying electrical engineering. So I took one class on antennas, lost a lot of the detail, but I do have a little bit of the background in the topic.
Yeah, if you're going to do the microwave thing, that book's not going to have the stuff that you need.
No, it doesn't. No.
Wave diffraction.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
I understand.
Get ITU standards.
Yep, and that's where I'm gonna go with Dano. He works in this field, so has the background necessary. So, all right, thank you, Piezo. I don't know if I want to. It's 1 o'clock. I don't know. Do we want to try for number 4? Does anybody else got something? Or does somebody want to just go after me and just lay into me?
Personally, Toon, I think the cement plateau. I wasn't here for that one, but this gyroscope one. I think if you were to get a good enough one, I think you would pick it up. That's my personal opinion. So, for me, I think it would be pointless in the first place. Dan, is this the same Dan? I don't know who Dan O is. Is it the same one that was like?
Wait, don't act confused, bro. It's Dan the Waterman.
No,
Okay.
no.
OG,
Dano, his YouTube channel name is Unfornicated. He and I were on the panel with Dr. Shiva in November.
Okay,
Yeah,
I didn't. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm just saying, I don't think, it's not Dan the Waterman they're talking about.
Yeah, so I didn't know if it was if this was one of the guys that like talked to Alan about the Battle of the Beam stuff or not.
He's talked about that as well.
Okay, yeah, because I remember there was like I don't know, back when he was running that presentation around, like that was back when everybody was trying to figure out a mathematical answer, so we had to go do the ITU standards and plug those in. And even after doing that, it's actually really, really complex. In the end, we ended up doing like 3 revisions because there was actually no 100% solid answer on how much a wiggle room to give the globe in terms of like adding extra dBs onto the signal and stuff. Because of the hardware was so old, so we just like gave them like the most that beyond the most that would be possible. But in this case, we have new hardware, so you wouldn't have to worry about like all that. You would know the strict tolerances of your equipment and its detection limits, and all of that stuff. So all I'm saying is if you're gonna do it and you want someone to help you, make sure you pick someone who's like definitely capable of doing the full analysis with the ITU standards. Because I don't know, I'm not saying anything bad about Dan. I don't know the guy. I'm just saying like it is. You have to know what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean that's his field, so he does have the background. Is it your field?
Antennas is not my antennas is not my specialty. Like I electromagnetics is more my stuff, but I'm more of a noob in antenna stuff. I just know basics, like the basic stuff you learn, but I've never built any antenna systems myself.
All right, do we have all right, hey Piezo, thank you for talking to me. I think Beasticles has been shut the hell up.
Hey, so just one.
I don't know.
I wanted to say just real quick about the gyroscope on an airplane thing is the world record lowest altitude airplane flight is 988 miles an hour at only 60 feet above the ground. So if you were able to go 1,000 miles an hour at 60 feet above the ground, essentially with the 1 degree per 69 for the globe, the gyroscope would precess 1 degree within about 4 minutes. So you could do, 4 minute, 8 minute, 12 minute, and you should be getting, if you have a gyroscope that's staying rigid compared to what the curvature of the globe should be, that would be pretty appreciable. You would be getting, within 12 minutes, 16 minutes, 20 minutes, you'd be getting several degrees if that ground going 1,000 miles an hour is 60 feet above the ground. So
what about 600? What about 600 miles an hour, like a regular airplane? It would only drop it by 50% or a third of that, 33%.
But you're only moving at 69 miles. You don't get to altitude and then descend in 69 miles. Just use a helicopter.
No, I'm saying if you stayed at like 60 feet above the ground going 1,000 miles an hour, for example, within every 4 minutes, that gyroscope should be, processing in relation to, if the gyroscope stayed rigid and then the plane was staying above a planar surface, it would be expected to stay. But over the globe, as the plane would be essentially tilting, you would expect the gyroscope that's staying rigid, within 4 minutes to be 1 degree, 8 minutes, 2 degrees. So that should be pretty, observable if that was happening.
But like the regular, like he said before, regular old school airplane gyros have to be corrected because, there's drift. And so you have to, it's not like, I hear you, but for a globber to accept it, right? They're going to need to know for certain, and it has to be demonstrable for certain, that it doesn't need correction and it doesn't accumulate drift that would be, meaningfully large compared to the actual signal.
Their drift was over a certain amount of time, and those old airplanes that used to use the mechanical gyroscopes weren't going 1,000 miles an hour, dude.
Yeah, they were going pretty slow.
We're not going to get 1,000 mile an hour plane to do this. The best you're going to get is a commercial airliner that tops out at 650 or 700 at best.
That's why we have to use That's why we have to use like a Air Force jet.
Okay,
well,
we're talking realistic.
This world record, the low altitude flight record, it was claimed to be done in 1977.
What was the plane? Let's get one of them.
An F-104RB Red Baron.
All right, let's get that.
Yeah. But like, aren't you guys actually like trying to think of realistic tests, not like
the globe has lots of realistic tests. Flat earthers are the ones coming up with the crazy tests. That's what's fun about this.
How hard can it be to get a hold of a jet?
I don't know. Just a function of money.
The gyroscope ones are challenging in a way, like Piezo was saying, to get something definitive, just because all of the nuance involved. That's why I was saying if you really, you'd have to have like several gyroscopes on the plane at the same time, and then have everything being filmed and tweaked. And I mean, also like replicating Dayton Miller, if we're talking about things at altitude, that's obviously interferometry, not necessarily gyroscopes, but that's a whole nother category as well, is replicating at altitude.
I mean, but you gotta realize like 15 degrees per hour, right? Which is 1 degree every 4 minutes. 1 degree every 4 minutes is what you were talking about before, with the airplane moving 900 miles an hour, right? Or 1,000 or whatever it was. So like the sidereal rotation is 1 degree every 4 minutes, and that was, in order to do that, you have to get a plane moving like super crazy fast. So if it's not able to detect the sidereal rotation, it's not going to be able to detect a plane moving less than 1,000 miles an hour. So if you can't get it to reliably detect sidereal rotation on a benchtop for a prolonged period of time without drift, then the whole stuff with the airplane's a moot point.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
that is interesting.
There already is.
The globe claims to be moving at about that 1,000 miles an hour. So you're already doing it basically in a way on the globe. You're already, you're going.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah, leaving it on the table, a mechanical gyroscope has already measured the drift. So, I mean, that's already been done, and I'm assuming that he's not accepting that, and he needs to move it from one position to another. So one way to do that might be satisfactory to him would be to move it in the direction that because you're not going to actually get an airplane that flies 69 miles at Mach 3. That's not going to happen. You need to be at high elevation to get to Mach 3. And in 69 miles, you're not going to get up to elevation and then down. That's not going to happen. So you could do it with a helicopter if you wanted to go fast and have it be kind of a smooth ride rather than a bumpy ride, which might introduce errors into it.
Gyroscopes together.
So hold on, let me finish the thought here. So what you do is you take for the globe, you move the gyroscope in the correct direction such that it increases because of the direction of movement and the amount of time increases that. And then you do the opposite direction and you also time how long it took so that you can then control and subtract one direction and add the other direction, the deviation. And also you'll know then if you keep the time frame the same, you'll know that the drift because of the rotation of the rotation of the Earth is going to be neutralized. So there you go.
A mechanical gyro also has to be calibrated. And so, I think that if someone just had a magic button where they could press it and just get a magic perfect mechanical gyro that was perfect.
It doesn't exist in neat space.
Right. But if that existed and it was just as accurate and capable as an FOG, I think personally that it would pick up drift because, I believe in an ether model. But people who don't believe in that, they would need the practical test. And that's what I'm saying. A mechanical one isn't even the right way to do it because in order for a mechanical one to be able to pick up the proper sidereal rotation, it has to be calibrated to a standard. And the only standard you have for it to calibrate to drift is what's expected. That's why fiber optic gyros are better for that purpose because you don't have to deal with that.
Jesse has something.
What if you link the gyros together, like two gyros together?
How do you link them together? You need to have them in a gimbal so that they're not linked to anything.
No. You're missing the point. No. What you do is you have a right angle gearbox, right? So you've got not gyros, you've got two flywheels. And you link one flywheel to the other flywheel with a right angle gearbox, each one, so that they're running in opposite directions. So the center is running into the thing. And you spin them up, and that will keep at plane. It'll be on that plane, and it'll stay in that plane. You understand what I'm saying?
What are these two? You have a gearbox and they're at right angles to each other?
Yeah.
Why?
Draw a diagram?
Why do you have to have them at right angles to each other? Why do you need two gyroscopes?
Because that way it stays in on that plane. Because a gyroscope precesses. This stops the precession.
No, it doesn't.
It will not.
A fiber optic gyro is three fiber optic gyros in three different axes, and they measure 15 degrees per hour when you sum all of those axes together. So you wouldn't solve anything. You could have a mechanical gyro that has three flywheels all in sync with each other, and on the globe you'll still measure then the combined 15 degrees per hour.
But they're not linked together.
You do know though that
together.
They don't need to be. It doesn't matter. There's no magic to linking them.
Fun side note, MCToon, you can get one gyro to process at 15 if you just orient its z-axis according to your latitude.
The correct way, yeah. But that's why the go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, so I've done that. I set up, and I'm at 48 degrees north, so I was able to. I'm pretty close enough to 45 to where I could set the spin axis so that it pointed at the North Star, and that way I knew what the baseline was, because I was using gyros that were not sufficient for this really. But I set them up on a very flat table so that I could rotate them. So at first the spin axis was pointing at Polaris, and then I rotated them, still keeping the whole thing level. So nothing was changed with the gyro, except its orientation. It was now its spin axis was at right angles to Polaris, and then it did show a 15-degree change compared to when it was pointed at Polaris. And I also had another comment, if I may.
Yeah, Jesse. Always.
Oh, thank you. So regarding the comment that the only way to calibrate a mechanical gyroscope is by calibrating it to the precession rate you expect. That's actually not true. There's a difference between precession and apparent drift. Precession is the angular change as a result of a torque applied at right angles to its spin axis, its primary axis. Apparent drift is a drift that is not caused by any torque on it at all. So it is possible to tell the difference between those. And how you do this is you change the spin direction of the gyroscope. The apparent drift, the 15 degrees an hour, will not change directions when you change the gyroscope. However, an imbalance will change drift, true drift, when you change the direction of the spin of the wheel, right? So if you have it calibrated, zeroed out so it's perfectly balanced, you can change the direction of the spin wheel and it will still show the same 15 degrees per hour in the same direction. If your drift is caused by imbalance, then changing the direction of the spin wheel will reverse the drift by the amount caused by the imbalance. Does that sort of make sense?
I think some of it does. I mean, the part about rotating at 90 degrees and having a torque applied perpendicular to your spin axis, yeah. But when you talk about the drift only being caused by something other than that, technically, if you have anomalous precession, you can't pinpoint exactly what's causing it. All you know is that you have anomalous precession. You can guess, but you can't just say it is definitely because of this.
Well, you can tell that it is or is not caused by torque perpendicular to or at right angles to the spin axis, because if it is the result of torque on the spin axis, the direction of precession will depend on the spin direction of the flywheel. But
wait, I'm back. So do gyros precess in the airplane, or?
And you can test this out for yourself. Just get a little gyro and you put a little imbalance on it on one side, and it'll start, precessing, and just spin it the other way, and you'll find that the precession also reverses.
Yeah, but they have to correct it. Like there's the torque has to be. There's patents for gyros that have latitude correction torque. Like if the gyro is not receiving an input that is constant, right? Or which means like constant input means no drift. So if it's not receiving a constant input, meaning free of drift while it's running, it's not going to be able to maintain over any useful time scale. And they know this, and they've done tons of, like, all the metrology engineering firms that build these things know that. And that's why they have correction torques.
What if they did it on zero latitude at the equator? You'd be able to see if it was an effect correlating with Coriolis direction or not.
So that's why they use fiber optic gyros, because they don't have to deal with all this. That's why there's not any mechanical system that, like, if
you did the experiment on the equator.
Let me address the latitude nut. I've got an old mechanical heading indicator gyroscope, which is the kind that you have to reset every 15 minutes. And they do have a latitude nut in there, which a good instrument shop they'll find out what your latitude is that you normally fly at, and they will adjust it to counter the apparent drift caused by your latitude, because the apparent drift does depend on your latitude. So a perfect mechanical gyroscope has the same drift that a laser gyroscope does.
That's true.
And so there is a latitude nut in there, and it is for countering the apparent drift caused by whatever your latitude causes, so that it holds longer in your latitude.
That's what I was saying. They have latitude correction torques.
So the latitude is the cause,
But like
not the
most
center
of
rate.
most of these, like if you look at gyro compass manuals, right? There's like meridian gyro compasses and stuff. They have they have to go through a calibration process. You have to input your latitude. It has to be perfectly stationary for like. They vary on how long they have to calibrate for it, but oftentimes it's upwards of half an hour. And
a gyro compass, like on a ship.
Yeah, like a lot of the gyro compasses. Yeah, like they're from like the early 2000s and stuff. You can look at manuals online for them. They're not only on ships.
Well, a gyro compass is different than a optical gyroscope in an airplane.
And different than just a free. Yeah, they're not a free gyroscope like we're talking about.
Yeah. A gyro compass on a ship.
The principle is the same in all of them.
No, the gyro compass on a ship relies on the rotation of the Earth to orient the axis north and south.
Or the ether drift.
Yeah, there you go, Gio. But the principle behind all of them is the same. That because what's happening is you have a body that has inertia through its rotation, and it's attempting to hold itself rigid, and then when it experiences a torque about its axis, right, it precesses, and what's causing that torque? Well, a person says, well, it's the difference in inertia as it traverses the gradient across the Earth's surface. That could be one thing, but equivalently, if it is in a curl field, which if the heavens are what's rotating and not the ground, then it's going to be 1-to-1 the same.
A curl field
that it's in. Yeah.
Seriously? Oh.
Yeah. I mean, what?
Bless.
The nabla operator for curl, right? So integrating the rotation across the entire circuit.
Independent of the material, yeah. All materials have the same response to a curl field. Sure.
That's a reification fallacy.
It's not about material. What I'm saying is if you're in, like, if you look at the what's the omega operator vorticity. If you look at the vorticity equation, and you just look at the way that, for example, the North Pole, if that's the 0 point, right? Because that's the only point at the center axis of rotation in which there's no motion. The further away you move from the North Pole, the greater your tangential velocity becomes, right? And so if you create any closed loop, which would be, an FOG that you're talking about, then the inside, like the side closest to the North Pole, and the side furthest from the North Pole, will have different tangential velocities. And when you integrate across the whole loop, you'll always end up with the rotation rate of the curl field you're in. So
you're proposing this. That what you're proposing?
So that it'll always come out to be 15 degrees per hour.
Hold on, though, because
and it has the same impact on all materials.
Physics
magically
explains, but math describes. I think a great physicist once said that. Because I'm hearing a lot of math, but I'm not actually hearing any physics from you.
Well, that's true.
I thought that you didn't like mathematics.
You didn't hear him say the heavens moving? You didn't hear that part?
That's just a claim. That's a hypothesis. That's not.
Yeah, but I'm hearing.
There's no physics there.
I'm hearing gradient operators. I'm hearing omegas. I'm hearing integration. What is the actual demonstrable physics involved?
The vorticity, the rotation.
Wait, and how was that empirically confirmed? Where's the science
measurement?
Where's the science for that outside of the thing that we're testing was confirmed? Right? You're saying that the question to you is ether science? Is there scientific evidence for ether?
Well, you guys never heard of a ring laser gyro? Measuring sidereal rotation?
The problem with that is that, like, that's why Jesse was talking about mechanical gyros, because you have to say, okay, I'll grant you that if ether is a medium through which light propagates, then an optical instrument might be affected by the movement of the ether, but a mechanical gyroscope would not be, because it would only occur when the gyroscope is in motion. So you have to explain, and nobody has ever been able to explain to me why a rotating object would only be affected by the ether and not while it's stationary. And you have a bunch of math
because of Stokes theorem. Like I was trying to explain this to somebody again.
Yeah, and we need evidence.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's just math.
We need the scientific evidence for ether,
bro.
You don't think
I'm not even able to answer.
You don't think the entirety of the cosmos can transfer some force?
That's just
hold on a second.
I don't
the
think
energy of
that.
this conversation down a little bit.
That's a hypothesis.
We're currently moving away from like a coherent, good faith conversation into like, something that's vitriolic because people are trying to insert some like negative energy in here. Can we just like bring it back? Yeah, so there's definitely a difference between like an object that's sitting still and trying to just feel something pushing it, right? Linear motion, right? A linear influence versus a rotating system like an FOG, which is integrating or summing the flow around the full circuit. So that's what a gyro reads. A gyro is a closed circuit. It's a loop, right? And so it is summing. Yes, it is.
No,
it
we're talking about a mechanical gyroscope. It's nice that you keep trying to go back.
It doesn't matter if it's a mechanical
script,
dude.
We are off your script. We're talking about mechanical gyroscopes.
I'm not on a script. It doesn't matter.
Yes, you are.
If it is.
Yes, you are. It's okay. Just admit it.
If I pick a point, if I pick a point on the edge of the gyro, can I just put a dot on it with a magic marker and I'll look at it? Is it going to trace circles or not? It's going to trace circles. So yeah. Okay. So yeah. Thank you. It's a loop. Got it.
No, it's not a loop. It's literally it's a rotating mass.
If you pick and trace any point, every single point on it traces a loop.
So what about MEMS gyroscopes?
What about them?
Well, they have a little thing that resonates just back and forth like a tiny pendulum, right?
Okay.
So would that be a loop since it's just moving back and forth in a straight line?
I would have to look into how MEMS gyroscopes work. I'm not going to be able to answer that in good faith without knowing more about it.
They're just okay. That's good, but they're just a Foucault's pendulum, but they're tiny, and they don't have to be right side up.
I don't know. I think I cut out. I missed the last. What'd you say, Jesse? Or what I was asking was Morblon asking about how the ether would affect a mechanical gyro?
Yeah, exactly, Gio. Like I'm looking, like I get that that Piezo is really into math, and that's awesome. Like I love mathemagics myself, as you know. But I'm looking, like Whitsitt always said, right? I mean, math explains, physics describes. Like, what is the actual physical effect?
And where's more to the point? Where is the science supporting the existence of ether? Does that exist?
Ring laser gyros.
Ether's not science.
But ether's not science, according to Whitsitt. And you're just saying ring laser gyroscope. How does a ring laser gyroscope provide empirical evidence for the existence of ether? It doesn't.
It only detects that 15 degree per hour drift of Earth spinning while it's stationary on the desk.
Well, I'll say this.
Right, that's
Obviously,
proof of the sky rotating around a fixed Earth.
Yeah, I mean, this is an entire topic in and of itself that would, that could be gone through, and just trying to brush over it briefly is obviously kind of, it's okay, but it's just going over it with a broad brush. But I hear what you guys are saying. I mean, the thing is, as far as we know, in the 1800s, there was a lot of research being done. I mean, even Isaac Newton himself was an ether theorist, and you talked extensively about the ether. So, I mean, as far as we know, it was part of humanity's kind of lineage, even if we just go like 17, 18, 1900s and into the 1800s. And then obviously Michelson-Morley and everything that went on, and then Einstein. And without going through all that, I'm just saying there was a whole kind of transfer. And so there was a lot of science going on with ether physics and trying to figure out electricity and everything that was going on at that time. Obviously, there's been now this like sort of Einsteinian paradigm and everything that's going on.
110 years ago was falsified.
It's
120.
It's valid to ask for more information, but in a general sense, if you have that sidereal motion that is related to, I mean, if ether is something that permeates all of matter, then it would be existing within the entire medium, and then that drift would potentially even affect bullets, air, hurricane and wind patterns in the north and south, mechanical gyros,
it's a
fiber optic gyros. It would
Lorenz's
affect
theory.
everything.
Yeah, it would be Lorenz's theory, Gio. You're right. And just to recap, not even recap, just to be totally good faith with you guys, because I know this conversation is starting to devolve now because you're trying to do like, I can have mutual exclusivity, but you can't stuff, which doesn't fly. The cutting edge of physics research right now, like over the past 5+ years, if you look into it, there are many different theories of a fluid dynamical nature for the explanation of like a unified theory in physics that are emerging. You've got things like analog gravity and the superfluid vacuum theory, which are some of my the ones I find more interesting. Like you can look them up on Wikipedia. But the superfluid vacuum theory, for example, posits that all of the universe is filled with some type of superfluid, potentially a boson-Steinian condensate at the lowest ground state possible. And so that provides the fundamental basis for everything, just like we talk about when we talk about ether. This idea of like the strawman version of a strictly 1800s, strictly static, luminiferous ether that's only for light specifically and nothing else. That was only one version of the ether, and there's indications it probably wasn't even the most popular form. It's not the form that I believe in, or most of the people that I know. And so it's not good to strawman it and be like, well, it only applies to light. Like I think everything of matter, everything in the universe, all the forces, all the fundamental forces, all energy, everything is constituted of it. And
So
so
in order to avoid the straw man, then you need to have the very specific description of it along with the empirical evidence supporting its existence. Lacking that, you can't claim a straw man because you haven't correctly defined it so that anybody can go and look at your version of it so that they won't straw man it. And if you don't have the empirical evidence for it, then that which is asserted without evidence is dismissed without evidence.
Yeah, but once again, the evidence is the same experiments interpreted through a different lens. You guys interpret it through abstraction, like just through math.
No.
Through scientific.
No, we don't.
Scientific realism, like the Aharonov. You guys have no substantive basis to explain the Aharonov-Bohm effect, for example.
Whatever that.
The explanation.
And
yeah,
you
the
do.
explanation is non-substantive. Yeah, it's the ether doing it.
It's the ether.
Is the ether
but you don't have empirical evidence for the ether existing. So all you have is a hypothesis.
Dude, do you understand what you're conflating right now? You're saying that the experiment which measures something happening is not evidence of something happening. That's effectively what you're saying in different words.
You don't have evidence of the ether existing as you've described it.
So,
you know that.
So something that would be evidence of it existing would be what it does, right? You seem to think that the only thing that would be evidence, or it seems like you're implying it, would be to pour out ether into a cup and look under a microscope.
No.
That's not how.
You would need to have.
So
you need to write down what it does, provide the predictions that it does, and then show that the experiments that match what it's hypothesized to do. You need all those things.
Okay.
You don't have those things.
So the A field, also known as the vector potential in Maxwell's equations, is the ether.
That's it. And how does that negate? How does that negate aberration of starlight and the color shift of starlight?
So if you want to just start rattling things off one by one, this conversation is going to take forever. But what you asked was, right? Remember your original question? What are its predictions? And I said, okay, well, here is the mathematical description of it that gives all the predictions. And now you're like pivoting to let's talk about stellar aberration and all this other stuff.
Yeah, it needs to be consistent with those.
Loop.
It has to be consistent with all of those things, though.
Stellar aberration is not even consistent with experiments.
Yes, it is.
Not Aries failure.
Aries failure was not testing for aberration.
It's a stationary geocentric observation, anyways.
Aberration is not a geocentric stationary observation.
Where do you take the measurements from?
From the moving Earth, as it confirmed that the Earth
From
is
the
moving.
So it's geocentric then, right?
No, you're assuming put the cart before the horse there, buddy. You're just affirming the consequence.
Bradley's equation does not correctly predict what will happen if you vary one of the two velocities. It only has two input variables.
Yeah.
So if you vary one of those variables, then the angle should change, and it didn't. That's the important part of invoking Aries failure.
When did we vary the linear speed of the Earth around the sun? We didn't vary that.
We varied the other variable, which is the speed that the light's moving through the telescope.
Yes, but special relativity deals with that just fine. So I don't know what your problem is.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, no, it doesn't. There you go. You're smarter than 120 years of people that actually study this. Got it.
If you can take either the publicly available equations straight off of Wikipedia, or you can take the equations that we had Franco, the CERN physicist, write out and do a 7 or 8 page PowerPoint presentation on for us. Take either of those two equation sets and plug all the variables in, and you'll get either 15 or 28 arc seconds. And his measurement was 20. So,
all right, I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, you can go on. Alan has it on his website, or he can send it to you personally if you want it.
All right.
So you're saying it matches the stationary telescope prediction?
No, I'm saying that the math. I'm saying that the math. If you use special relativity and you do it with, the index of refraction for water, and you plug all the numbers in, depending on which model you use, whether you use the plane wave model or whether you use the photon model, you'll get either 15 arc seconds or 28 arc seconds.
The plane wave model or the photon model? What are these?
Well, it's the emission theory and the wave theory of light. There's two different theories for light, right? You can treat it as a wave or a particle. So either, depending on which one you use, you'll either get 15 arc seconds once you put water in the telescope, or you'll get 28. And Franco did the math for 15, and if you use the other model that's on Wikipedia, you'll get 28, 27, 28. The answer is 20 as to what he measured. It did not change when he put water in it. That's the only thing you can't have. It has to change one of the other two. You can't have the angle not change. That's the one thing you can't have. That's what he measured.
I don't think that's the actual answer, but okay, I'll have to look at that.
Did we give up on tests of flat Earth?
Yes. Yeah, that was discarded a while ago. So I do have, it's coming up on 2:00 here, and I got a bunch of super chats to read out. So I won't bore the Geo server here with that.
All right. Yeah. If you're going to read those and wrap up your show, but I just wanted to say, nobody gave up on any of those tests. I don't know. You mean just in the conversation?
Yeah. The conversation.
Yep.
You should make a follow-up video, MCToon, where you do the math for Aries failure. You can get the equations, like they're on Wikipedia, or we can give you the Franco's presentation if you want both models, and you can just plug the numbers in and see what it spits out. It's not going to spit out 20, I can tell you that. You should do a follow-up for your viewers.
Sure.
Did you decide on a test? Did you decide?
So everybody can see what the velocity of light is in the water frame or in the sun frame, right? You get.
So yeah, Brenda, no test was agreed on. The 3 tests that were proposed were all rather challenging and very expensive to put together. My test though is if the Earth were flat, then everyone would always be able to see the sun, and the sun sets, therefore the Earth cannot be flat. QED.
You're cutting out.
Yeah.
Let's see you guys.
All right. Thank you, Gio.
It's a good chatting with you guys.
All right. I mean, seriously, this is it. They just want to complicate everything. This is it. The sun could never set, flatties. all the ancient cultures. The ancient cultures thought that the sun set for everybody at the same time, went into a portal or under the earth. That's all there is. I want to have an airplane go Mach 3 for 69 miles. There's no airplane that's going Mach 3, taking off and landing 69 miles later. And it's not happening. He just thinks that the plane's going to be flying by at, 10 feet off the ground. They're going to just chuck the gyroscope into the plane as it flies by at Mach 3. And then when it gets to the destination, they're going to drop it out and you're just going to catch it. That's how dumb he is. They're so dumb. They're so dumb. Flat Earthers, you're so dumb. The sun could never set. That's it. All of this, this complexity is just cope. There isn't really a law of Flerf for this. It's this here. Lee McIntyre's How to Talk to a Science Denier book has it. Has the different right here. What is science denial? Cherry picking evidence. Hold on. I can share this here so you can see it. Upper camera right there. Right there. Look at that. Cherry picking evidence. Right. So they won't accept surveys. They got to cherry pick away from that. Belief in conspiracy theories. Right. So we saw these tonight, didn't we? We saw, you can't use NASA. Why not? Why can't you use evidence from NASA? And the same guy that said you can't use evidence from NASA cited evidence from NASA. Reliance on fake experts and the denigration of real experts. Right? They don't want actual experts in the field. Right? A surveyor. You wouldn't want to actually use a surveyor. Let's go invent some crazy, wacky other method to do things. Right? When we're going to construct a concrete platform and we're going to make it straight for 1 mile, we're not going to use the real experts to do it. We're going to go and make up some other method to do it. Committing logical errors, big time with that. Like the ether doesn't exist. Oh, how does the ether exist? A fiber optic gyro. But hold on a second. Austin, what do you have to say about the ether?
Ether is an immaterial background medium of pure potential. It cannot be quantified or measured intrinsically.
All right. Thank you, Austin. And then finally, this whole night was an exercise in number 5 here. Setting impossible expectations for what science can achieve. And this highlighting here is actually something on the next page. Right here. The elements of science denial. And it faded through, so sorry, never mind that. But that's what that was. That's what this whole list is here. Hold on. Unrealistic expectations. Right here. Let me zoom out. Right? All of these were very unrealistic, weren't they? Right? It's got to be, we're going to make the cement plateau. It's going to be 1 mile long minimum. And even that's not much because we only get 8 inches after that mile. You get a whole 8 inches when you're 1 mile long on this plateau. And how are you going to determine? You're going to put it next to a lake? All right. Well, that would do it. You're going to build a 1 mile long plateau. And how are you going to make it straight? Or how are you going to make it shaped to 8 inches per mile? And you know that that's shaped to 8 inches per mile? No idea. No clue at all how to do it, because you can't do it optically, because if you could do it optically, then you don't even need to build the plateau. You just go one end to the other and you use regular surveying techniques to do it. Right? And you can't use GPS for some reason. Whatever. It has to be tangible. It has to be physical. Right? And so then the other guy, right? I mean, this was actually pretty good way to do it. I don't know how you're going to see the laser in here. I don't know how you're going to collimate the laser. And he wanted to do 5 miles. Like, dude, 1 mile is hard to do. A laser for 1 mile, I think you could collimate a laser to be tight enough at 1 mile. And you wouldn't need to actually be running the laser the whole time. What you do is you run the laser once, and then you mark on some indicator, right? You put where that laser went. Maybe you just here. Maybe you do the entire length, so that you know the definition of straight. You make a big tube. You pump out all the air, right? We already have this, of course. It's Lego. It already is doing this. Not good enough. Right? There's the conspiracy theory part of it. Whatever they did, not good enough. They didn't do it right. We're going to do it right. Right? The non-experts are going to do it right. Let me remind you again. Cherry picking evidence, not using Lego. Belief in conspiracy theories. The people that built Lego did it wrong. Reliance on fake experts and the denigration of real experts. Real surveyors built it. Forget them. The flat earthers are going to be the experts in surveying. Committing logical errors, and then setting the impossible. Like, this is pure science denial. Amazing examples of it. All right, then the gyroscope. This would work. Good luck finding the gyro that does this, but this would work, 100%. And he didn't want me to commit to this. The problem is, you're not going to find the gyroscope. And just like all flat earthers, this is what's crazy, the flat earther that built that gyroscope for Bob Nodell definitely measured the drift. The physical gyroscope measured the drift. And what did he do? Did he give up flat earth? No, he did not, because it's a cult. Flat earth is a cult. He proved it. Anyway, and then Piezo wants to use microwave. He doesn't quite know how. He just wants to use microwave at high elevation at first. Did you catch that? He wants it to be at high elevation. And then he changed it because he needs to use the surface of the earth to get in the way to block it or not block it. Like, well, now that's not high elevation. How are you going to control for diffraction? Well, the only thing you could is power dissipation. And I don't know, you may not know this. Let me just show you. Let me show you how diffraction can be an issue. I'm going to use, you know what? I used this pen thinking it was blue, but these are the not colored pen. This pen, I believe, is blue, but the ink, I don't know. And this isn't the same as these pens. So these pens are the pens I need to use for blue. And I think that one's blue. I suspect this one is. So number one, is number one blue or number two? You tell me. 1 blue or 2? I don't know. Or 3? Somebody gave me a bus. Thank you for the bus. Custom. I don't know what that is. Custom Chris protocol. Thank you for that. For the bus. Okay. 3 is dark blue. 1 blue, 2 purple, 3 dark blue. Okay, so I'm drawing water, so I'm going to use light blue. All right. Thank you. I got to do something. Okay, so here's the curving surface of the water. Right? Because it's level. That's what I'm going to use. Now we're going to put a transmitter over here, and it's going to make it's just going to send waves. They're going to be horizontal this way. But so I'll draw them vertically. Now they widen out as they go. Right now this one is touching here. Right now we get to this one here that would go under, but what's going to happen is it's gonna bounce. This part here is gonna keep going. So you've got extra, whatever would stick out there is gonna be like, I'm gonna keep going. And so then, because of Huygens principle, you're going to get, and I won't draw these others anymore, you're going to get this little bit extra here that's going still. And then up here, another wave's going to go, and you're going to get a little bit extra and a little bit extra. And you're going to keep getting this because it's going to keep bringing it around with it because everything is coming with it. Because, you get out here and the wave is like this. The wave is like this. And so there's always this little bit extra that goes. But this signal here, because now we're beyond where the straight line would be when you get a certain distance here. Let's see. This, I need a different color. There's the straight line. So here you'd have, if there was no diffraction, in this area here, you'd have a shadow. You wouldn't have any at all. But because you're getting this extra from the diffraction, you're getting some that keeps going, but it's weaker and weaker and weaker as it goes. So you're going to get up here. You're going to have a receiver up here, right? Maybe a dish that's nice and it's a terrible dish. There you go. How's that? Right. And it's going to pick it up still, but it's going to be weak. And that's how you can then tell, maybe I've done a poor job. Unforticated, it says it's confirmed. Nitwit thinks microwave frequencies 1 meter to 1 millimeter wavelength only diverge by the wavelength. Like Soli, only needed 2 weeks. He's a genius. Yeah. Now certainly frequencies do affect all of those things. I don't know if it affects it as much as he religiously believes they affect it. Anyway, so the point being that diffraction can cause you to be able to receive a signal beyond where the just a straight line would be. But you can potentially tell because the power is going to be less. And same with scattering. And I'll just briefly explain it. Scattering, you send a signal, it hits air particles and it scatters. And so it can get farther because it hits, I can just draw it here, right? So you've got air particles up here. So you've got this an air particle right there that gets hit by the wave, and a little bit of it gets deflected in different directions, including some that will get to the receiver, right? And there's lots of air particles, we got a large supply of air particles in the atmosphere. And so if this is a really powerful transmitter, you're going to get a lot of air molecules that are getting hit and scattered in random directions, but enough of them, if it's powerful enough, to get here. So scattering can do it. But again, it's going to reduce the power a lot. And that's all that I'll go over there. He didn't really have a great understanding of that topic. So how do you control for that? Yeah, you'd have to do a lot of work to control for that, but it could. He would not accept it. That's the challenge. And I asked that of the guy with the gyroscope guy, and he wouldn't answer. Did you notice that? I said, I will accept that if this is a good gyroscope and after we move it 69 miles, if it does not diverge, then that would be evidence for the Earth being flat. Do you agree also then, because I've granted this position, do you also agree that if we did do this and it did diverge by 1 degree at 69 miles, that it would be evidence that the Earth is a globe? He's, we got to do multiple. Hold on, we got to do multiple. Now we need to have 2 gyroscopes that are connected together by a 90-degree gear. Really? How are we going to do that without having a significant amount of friction? Oh dear, now we're getting really expensive. I don't know how that works. Tori Hanzo says, you've been going long when I wake up. Yes, all right. Let me get to this here. It's been rough. I gotta tell you, my wife went to a funeral today, and my daughter's not feeling well, and stuff all around, and last night I was struggling too, and I gotta tell you, you guys here, you make me feel better. If there's nothing else, just being here. And how many of you are here? 432 of you are sitting here. Why are 432 of you watching me scribble stuff on a piece of paper here? Thank you so much. I feel better. I'll sleep better. And then tomorrow I'll whatever. It'll suck. I'll be fine. Anyway, Tim Davis says, if simulation theory is true, most realities are sim. If sims are created by evolved creatures, most sims are porn. We are not in porn. Sim theory false. QED. There you go. I had that on screen for a long time. Alyssum says, I wonder if we get to see a functional flat earth base map. Of course not. Geo wants the dual pole, but the dual pole doesn't work. It's the fourth law of Flerf. It's an explanation to get out of a problem that introduces more problems than it solves. Wild Lee Coyote says, if we can measure the speed of light from Jupiter and it matches the speed of light in a vacuum, light and radar are the same electromagnetic radiation. Of course, it's all just cope. Like, oh, what if there's some cold, dense plasma between here and the sun, the local sun on flat Earth? We would see it. And PhD Tony mentioned if that happened, that would also modify the spectroscopy of it. And I saw him say that, but the topic switched. We would definitely be able to identify that as well. But no, it's all just garbage. It's all just cope. Well, what if? What if isn't empirical evidence? And what if doesn't contradict empirical evidence? It is you losing. That's what if is. Unforticated says, we tried research teams for experiments. We were on it. What did Flerfs bring again? Fallacies and handwritten signs, if I remember correctly. Lots of yelling and freaking out. If you haven't seen that, go watch it. It's from November. It's on my channel. Unforticated also live streamed it. I think it was done on Shiva's channel as well. It did not go well for the Flerf. He had such a dumb idea, this ILS thing, where they're made again. Flerfs are imagining that radio wave transmissions are pencil thin, like lasers are pencil thin, they think, and that there's like basically zero margin of error on anything. They have no clue. There's no precision in a flat earther's mind. Therefore, all measurements are exactly precise if they do them. They've never done a measurement. That's the thing. Flat earthers have zero personal responsibility in life. So when they're talking about doing an experiment, they don't consider the idea of personal responsibility. Right? When I do something, it's got to work. When I measure something, right? For my job, I don't. That's not what I do. But you know, if your job includes metrology and you measure something, it's got to be right. You can't just say, precision is 100%. There's zero margin of error. That's not how it works. I was thinking today about, getting to an aside again, but I was thinking today about measuring temperature, because flat earthers like to talk about, they like to pretend that refraction doesn't exist. And then when you do get them to acknowledge that refraction exists, they're like, well, we need to have all these measurements. We have to have every measurement the whole way. Like, that's not practical though, right? Again, that's the unreasonable expectation of what science can do and how difficult it really is. A friend of mine used to work at a lab where they had to be very precise in their temperature measurements. And the metrology of temperature measurements is crazy. You can get a digital temperatureometer, thermometer, and how do you know what temperature anything is? You calibrate it. You know, when it comes off the factory, there's nothing in it that's necessarily correct, right? You're going to apply an electrical signal to it, you're going to get an electrical signal out, and then somehow that electrical signal that you get out, you map to a temperature. You may know, because of the properties of the material and how you manufacture things, that within this range, this is a certain temperature, and within this range, this is a certain temperature. But when you're talking about precision temperature measurements, that's not good enough. So you need to calibrate it. So you get this instrument. He showed me this thing, this instrument that they can. It's, I don't remember how expensive it was, but the point of the machine is it's super precise about what temperature it actually will generate inside of it. And it's got a probe that's super precise. So that's your source of truth, is this device. And then you take all of the thermometers that you're going to go put in your different freezers and stuff, and you calibrate it against this. And you say, all right, we're going to turn this to neg 60C. And we're going to put our thermometer in there, and it's going to read neg 58.1 C, but we know it's neg 60 exactly. So what do we know though? Well, we're going to write down the device ID for that device, and we're going to say at neg 60, it actually reads neg 58, whatever I said, right? It's off by this amount. It's a known amount off. Document that. So now everything needs to be shifted by that. Now, to do it right, you're not just going to do it at neg 60. You're going to do it at 40 and 30 and 20 and whatever you're going to do to a multiple. Maybe 2 is enough. Maybe you need more than that. It depends on the precision. And then you'll know, okay, now we know the characteristics of this particular device, and you do it for all your different devices. So you're going to now they need a certain type of precision. This was a medical facility, so they needed to have things that were at a certain precision. But if you're going to be measuring a vertical temperature gradient, well, you need to know pretty precisely. Not to a 1,000th of a degree, to a 10th of a degree, yes, you do. And digital thermometers are not that precise. You need to actually go, you can't just go buy 5 thermometers and stack them all on a pole and just say, let's go. Because if you take all 5 of them, you might get a variation of 2 degrees when they're all at the same exact temperature. That's what's crazy. Think about that. How would you then solve that? Well, you'd have to do that. And Flerfs their minds would explode if you did this. They wouldn't get it. You'd go and you'd put all of them together. You'd set them all down together and you'd say, doesn't really matter because we're only measuring the vertical temperature change. So we're going to put them all together and we're going to say, all right, this one here, we're going to just label it A. A says 40 degrees. Okay. B says 41. Okay. Now we know A and B are off by 1. C says 38. Okay. They're off by -2, right? You're going to go down the whole line. And now you have their relative temperatures in relation to each other. Then you put them on the pole, you measure all of the temperatures on them, you write them down, and then you run it against the calibration that you did. So, or you just use a 90-degree gearbox, duh. All right. That was what went through my head today. These are the things I think about. What's wrong with me? This... All right, hashtag never a globe from Icy Spin. Oh, that's it. That is Geo's position, right? I think I gave him a rather, cordial invite to escape. He won't take it. It's not just the cult of flat Earth, right? And he says, oh, flat Earth isn't it. There's more to it. Oh, I know. Flat Earth is an entire lifestyle. They have... Because flat Earth has ostracized them from all their friends, from all their family. Many of them aren't even employable anymore. And this is all they know. So if they leave it, they're like, oh, I got nothing. Right. And I think a lot of them had nothing before. And now they feel like they have something. And they're like, I don't want to go back to before because before, nothing. I think that's it. I could be wrong. Prove me wrong, flatties. Give it up. I have falsified flat Earth. If the Earth were flat, everybody would be able to see the sun. And they're like, oh, but but perspective, okay, we can test that. Perspective says that when the sun's farther away, it'll get smaller, but it doesn't get smaller. So it's not perspective. Perspective says that the gap, you see the gap here between the surface of the earth and the sun, that also is subject to perspective. Like, oh, atmospheric lensing causes the sun to appear to be the same size all the time. It's a ridiculous thing. But if that were the case, then that would also cause the gap between the surface and the sun to always remain the same size. But that doesn't happen. Why is it that perspective applies to the gap between the sun and the surface of the earth? Strangely, that it goes below, which isn't perspective. But it does not apply to the size of the earth, or the size of the sun, because of lensing. Lensing would apply to both. They falsified it. It's been falsified, Flatties. You got nothing. Icy Spin says, where does the sun go at night? Boom, F you dead. That's it. Unfornicated says, why do Flerfs make experiments so complicated? That's in this book. Grab this book. It's a great book. It's also on audiobook, so you can listen to it while you drive to work. If you have a very long drive, I'm talking to you. Your name starts with a G. You know who I'm talking about in the rope chat. Get this book, an audiobook, and you can listen to it while you'll probably finish it in 2 days. Get another job closer to home. Just saying. The engineering science says for $5, most level road is ND 46. Theodolite in the middle and transit poles in each direction. Is the middle theodolite higher? Poles disappear bottom up. Yes, I don't. ND, is this North Dakota? Is this a road in North Dakota? Yeah. They don't. They won't accept surveying. Only they are the ones that can do it. They know better how to do things than surveyors because they're in on the conspiracy. Wild Lee Coyote says Mike Horn circumnavigated the globe around the equator in 2000. It took him 512 days. He did it without a motor and holds the Guinness World Record. Really? So without a motor, did he use a boat? Like a rowboat or a sailboat to go around? Because there's a whole lot of water here, right? Like, well, let's say you're gonna go from Ecuador here, and you're gonna go this direction, right? That across the Pacific, that's a lot. You got a couple islands you go near here, but you don't really get to anything until you get to Indonesia, right? Little jaunt across here, and then another long stretch until you get to Africa. And then this I don't know, this might be the worst part. Going across Africa, this is brutal. Some of these countries aren't great countries. They're a little war torn some of the time. Anyway, and then across the Atlantic. And then the Amazon rainforest, I think. Is that there? That's a challenge. 500 to 12 days, 2 years. That guy's nuts. Well done. Alejandro Vallejo says, please look up the featured courses of the program Doctor of Philosophy, Cosmology, and Consciousness at California Institute of Integral Studies. That's not a scientific background. No kidding. I happen to have it up right here. Here it is. I'll take this off. This is the Master of Arts in Philosophy and Religion in the Department of Philosophy, Cosmology, and Consciousness. It's a 2-year program. Our approach, let's see. Masters in Philosophy, Cosmology, and Consciousness has been designed to help shape the intellectual, moral, and spiritual leadership necessary for meeting historic global Challenges. Drawing on some of the most powerful ideas and impulses in our philosophical, scientific, and religious traditions. I don't know how much scientific, I gotta be honest here. Our faculty has constructed an intensive multidisciplinary course of study to help accelerate students' journey into their leadership roles. Yes, his leadership role by running the second string or third string Discord server. I don't know what else he does with his life. Maybe he does something else. Maybe not. I'm not thinking this is, let's see, the master's degree in this, seriously, philosophy, cosmology, and consciousness. This is not a STEM degree. Prepare students to think critically and constructively about key philosophical challenges, questions, and issues of our time. No science. As a transdisciplinary program, our graduates pursue a wide variety of philosophical, ecological, and humanitarian paths, projects, and vocations. Alumni of the program are actively involved in diverse professional areas such as teaching and writing for a variety of audiences, leading and facilitating programs for cultural, spiritual, and personal transformation, creating and producing and developing new media and engaging art projects, reimagining and renewing a variety of professional fields, education, religion, medicine, technology, the arts, and finance. This is what, you know what, when I don't want to like poo-poo degrees in general, but when I look at a degree, I one of the things I wonder, is there a job description out there that says requirement or preferred qualification, degree in master's degree of arts in philosophy and religion, master's in philosophy, cosmology, and consciousness. Is there a job description anywhere that says this is what we seek? Now that's not to say that something like this doesn't have value. That's just like, I asked that, like, does that exist? Like, okay, is this what, you know, I don't want to insult, I don't want to offend people, but like, no, the answer is no. Nobody's saying, hey, can we write a job description and put on there, they must have a master's in philosophy, cosmology, and consciousness? No, never has a job description been written that includes that. Anyway, all right, featured courses. Science, ecology, and contested knowledge. Interesting. There's science in it. Understand the current ecological crisis, investigate ontological and epistemological foundations of our knowledge about the environment, the science of ecology, its social and biophysical permutations. They're using science a little sloppy here. Alejandro says, it's a perfectly fine degree to have. Yes. Just don't pretend it's a background in science or study in science. There you go. And did you hear them? I don't know who it was. Like, well, what's your master's degree? It doesn't matter, because the master's degree that I'll accept that he has does not apply. Seriously, successfully completing middle school math and science is a more relevant qualification to determine the shape of the earth than that master's degree. Because this right here, I can answer with middle school math and science. And you cannot answer with a master's degree in, hold on, I gotta scroll back up to read it. Master's in philosophy, cosmology, and consciousness. If you can't come out of that degree and say, oh, I know more about this topic than an 8th grader that completed math and science, then it's not relevant to the conversation about the shape of the earth, right? Has relevancy somewhere else, but not the shape of the earth. So, Unfornicated says, I have to write a job rec tomorrow. I'm adding this degree as as preferred education. Absolutely. Okay. Alejandro again says, also funny how he didn't mention what his undergrad was in and only mentioned this scientific sounding nonsense course. Yes, it has cosmology in it. Therefore, we're talking about cosmology. I have a science degree in cosmology. No, you don't. You didn't study actual cosmology. You studied philosophical cosmology. Flerf Destroyer is a new member at Newton. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Alyssum says, can we suggest an experiment that only costs as much gas as you can afford? Calculating distances between coordinates, globe versus flat. Oh no, they don't want to do that. I already did that and they did not approve. I didn't even need to drive it. I walked it. They did not approve when I walked it. In fact, I have found, not far from where I live, a straight east-west road. It's just, it's a road that comes out of, it's to the west of Hastings. If you look where Hastings is, Hastings, Minnesota. It's a bit south of where I am. This road is. That's straight east-west. And like almost perfectly, like I looked up over the course of multiple miles, I don't know, 10 something miles, 20 miles, maybe not that much. The one side of the road versus the other side of the road is where the line of latitude was. So a great east-west road, and so simple. Go to one side, hit the GPS there, drive the road, get to the other side, write down the GPS coordinates there. Okay, we got our latitude, longitude. Now, flat earthers, if you don't like that, that's fine. You can coordinate, you can translate, transpose, whatever, those coordinates into whatever preferred coordinate system, measurement, however you want to, whatever graticule you want to use. And then tell us the distance between those 2 points on the surface of flat Earth. I'll use the Haversine formula. You use whatever you think is the right formula for the shape of the Earth. And maybe, maybe it's not this map. Maybe it's the bipolar map, right? Maybe you're all bipolar. And you want to use that map. I don't care. I don't care what map. The key point, this is super, super critically important. There is only one geometry for which it will work correctly. There's only one. Right? You could cherry pick every single flat Earth map. You could force fit one flat Earth map to make it work for a single location. Now let's go use that same map somewhere else. It needs to work everywhere. The globe works everywhere. No exceptions. Flat Earth doesn't. In fact, the only way that this map works is for straight north-south. It works. It works for straight north-south. That's it. Every other direction, it does not work. Right? They don't even understand that. That's what's crazy. They don't understand how this map would be correct for north-south measurements. That's why it needs to be, the test needs to be something that actually differentiates. So, Unfornicated says Piezo is another cosplayer and Stone's ILS test. Now, he didn't bring that up, but he did bring up microwaves. And when I pressed him on it, he liked to pretend like he knew. Like Sully liked to pretend like he knew. Right? And he didn't know. He's like, oh, we could do it at high elevation. Oh, are you going to use the surface of the Earth again? Well, yeah, so it's not high elevation. Yeah, we're going to do 15 feet high. Good job. How are you going to do that? Oh, don't know. Chris L. Barker says 15 seconds to go 69 miles at Mach 3. Oh, yeah. Like, if you could actually move something quickly enough, right? He's just trying to avoid the 15 degree per hour drift that the Earth experiences. This gyroscope does not exist. And I know Daryl Frost was saying that gyro compasses are precise enough, but when you have friction in a gyroscope, it'll cause it to precess on its own. And it's impossible to not have friction. A gyro compass in a boat is designed to have as little friction as they can do, but it doesn't have to be perfect because it's not maintaining rigidity in three-dimensional space. The gyro compass in a ship spins, and it relies on the rotation of the Earth to cause the precession of the gyroscope to keep its axis north-south. And they need to do that in a ship because when you have a magnetic compass inside of a giant metal box, the magnetic compass doesn't work so well. And that's why they use a gyro compass. But you can't use a gyro compass on an airplane because the airplane moves too quickly. The boat does not. The ship does not. And they're like, oh, well, in order to set it up, you have to calibrate it. Yes, of course you do. But then once you calibrate it, it maintains that position. The reason why you calibrate it when you're, and they're like, it takes half an hour. It probably takes more than that. The reason why you do that is because you may not want to just wait however long it takes for it to find its north-south naturally, right? It'll eventually find it, but it might be longer than you want to just wait for it. So here's the process. Go get it, and then so we can leave tomorrow instead of in a month or however long it takes. I don't know. Gravity Hits Hard says, we have pictures of Earth from space. Flerfs. Of course. Right. And again, back to this book, conspiracy theory. You can't use that. Why not? That's perfectly fine evidence. You go get the same. They don't allow us. Have you tried? How many flat earthers have built a rocket and applied for clearance from the FCC, FAA, and NASA? None. None have. Flat earthers don't do experiments. Well, they do. And when they do, they prove the globe. Interesting. Oh, I love you, Jaron. Custom Crisis Protocol gave a sticker. I think I mentioned that. Was that the bus? That was the bus. Thank you for that. Unfornicated says, it's confirmed. Nitwit thinks microwave frequencies 1 meter to 1 millimeter wavelength only diverged by the wavelength. Like Soli, only needed 2 weeks. He's a genius. I read that already. Yeah. I don't know offhand how diffraction affects how frequency and diffraction relate. I don't know that offhand. Maybe Unfornicated will give me a little primer in that. We're all Golga Fringian says, if you ask Flerfs to build LIGO, they'd get a piece of it stuck up their nose. Maybe try Duplo. Oh, LIGO. Sorry, I misheard. Lego. Real Cygnus says, because you're still the best. Well, thank you, Cygnus. I am not. It's Culture Cats, but I appreciate the baseless compliment. Tori Hanzo says, for 100 secs, you're always good company and good entertainment. Well, thank you again so much. Gravity Hits Hard for 5 Australians says, Red Beret, we are all bots. Everyone put a F***K Red Beret in the chat to prove him wrong. I hope everybody did. And Larry Scott for $5 says, Geo cannot acknowledge that the dual pole map is just another projection akin to AE. Of course. And it doesn't work. That's the really... Nothing works for Flat Earth. Nothing ever works for Flat Earth. Okay, PhD Tony says, I got a couple. Oh, he's got to read them because basically every time PhD Tony says something, it's right. I don't know if that's the case or not, but he's pretty good. He's usually on the ball here. I like to read his stuff because if I'm wrong, I want to know it so that I can then be right. You know, my wife says, you always think you have to be right. Well, I do. And if I find that I'm wrong, I'm going to change and then I'm going to be right again. Tony says mechanical gyro compasses don't respond well to rapid accelerations, which planes are prone to. Yeah, but laser gyro compasses are less sensitive to that sort of thing. Yep. Yeah, that's my understanding, that a mechanical gyro compass in an airplane would not work well because they just move too quickly. where a gyro compass in a ship does not. I had a guy used to work with that was a quartermaster on a big ship, and they had a gyro compass, and then they had repeaters out on the deck, and they would go out on the deck in order to do their celestial navigation measurements and their dead reckoning and all these things. So they were always drilling on alternate ways to determine where they were. And so they had a big map on the wall where they were, and they would day to day they would draw out where their ship's location was on the map. And so the quartermaster or whoever was his commanding officer, which I don't know who that would be, but I'm sure somebody else does, would take all that and they'd plot it out. And one of the things that he said that they would do is he would give each of the quartermasters their own map. And the challenge that they would do is they would use the measurements that they took, only the measurements they took, to plot where they were on their own map. And all the other quartermasters, because there are multiple, then at the end of the voyage would compare, and whoever got closest got some award, like an extra orange at lunchtime. I don't know. I don't know what anyway. I do know from hearing from multiple people about when they cross the equator in the Navy, then that's a big deal. And during that voyage, they basically haze the people that never did it before, call them tadpoles, and make them wear their jeans inside out and backwards and crawl backwards up and down ladders and stuff like that. I don't know if it happens anymore. I imagine it's probably not as much, but some of that stuff sounded pretty bad. All right, Zoomer says ground alignment of INS and IRS still use the same principle as a gyro compass. So IRS and INS, inertial navigational system and inertial reference system, use the same principles as a gyro compass. So, like for example, a three-axis gyro or three-axis optical compass. Oh my gosh, three-axis optical gyroscope. There we go. Has 1, 2, 3 different axes, and when the plane is sitting on the tarmac, you turn it on, it measures the rotation of the Earth. 15 degrees an hour, and you need 10 minutes or so. I think it depends. There's a video on YouTube of a guy showing it working. And because of not just when you sum together the motions in all three, the angle, right? So, it's at this angle. So that tells you your latitude. And it also tells you, because of the direction of the rotation, whether you're northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere. And does not work for flat Earth, because they're like, ether. The ether moves. It does? Why does the ether move one direction north and one direction south of the equator? Right? That's not how what's the cause of that? Magic. One of the guys tried to bark like the don't you think that the rotation of the cosmos will cause the rotation of... No, I don't. I don't have that kind of blind faith religious belief. There's no reason for it. Let's see here. Truth Nerd says for €6, says, when I married Mr. Right, I didn't know that his first name was always MCToon's wife, probably. MCToon. Oh my gosh. I was going to say, I forgot. Truth Nerds, you made me forget. Did Sick just reset again? All right, so I have not really been paying much attention, but Professor Phil Bell. Professor Phil Bell mentioned to me a while ago that he wanted to do a couple chapters in this book here. Gravity and one other thing. Whenever you're ready, let me know. Send me a message, Phil. I'd love to host you covering that. And I know you've been in and out of the hospital and been unwell, so I totally understand. No rush. But you have dibs on those chapters. I'm just saying. So, Peachy Tony says planes can chart their position using the acceleration recorded by the inertial reference and integrating them using a Kalman filter. Yeah. So take this. This is the simplistic understanding of it, and it's certainly more complex than that. Take a device that measures rotation in 3 dimensions and measures acceleration in 3 dimensions. Okay. Now, sit on the tarmac of the airport, right? And now take off, right? Start going down. The accelerometer measures that acceleration. You take how much acceleration and how long it's been applied, you now can figure out just through kinematic equations how fast you're going. And so now you apply, okay, so we were here and now we've applied the kinematic equation. We know how fast we're going. It varied. So boom, 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 boom. This is where we're at now. Okay, now you're going to take off. The plane rotates, right? We now know the new vector that we're aiming. Keep measuring the acceleration, right? And now, we're going up, so we feel more downward acceleration. So now we're increasing in our elevation, right? Those things together can determine where you are. Now, they can have errors over time. I don't know how precise they are all alone, but I do know that, and I had Mordwan on here a couple months ago talking about drones in Ukraine and how GPS jamming is a thing. And so if you're using GPS to know where your drone is and then you lose the signal, or it causes it to jump because somebody's sending some spurious data. So you're like, oh, now I'm 17 miles that direction. You say, no, I'm not. That didn't just happen. I'm going to ignore the GPS. And instead, I'm just going to use my INS, my gyroscopes and accelerometers and other things if you can, and use that from my last known position and my change in orientation and change in velocity to figure out where I am over time. Really cool stuff. That kind of stuff is now possible. That didn't used to be possible when we didn't have the electronics and the computers fast enough to do it. So I still haven't remembered. Anyway, I've not been paying too much attention. We got Dick Wayne here. Most are heavily subsidized by government. It's not Physics 101 that force requires energy. Oh, gee, Dick Wayne, come on. Dick, when stolen money, Optus invested billions of dollars in getting their satellites into orbit. What stolen money? Oh, they get their investment back from people like me and other communications companies. Oh, I see. Man, Dick Wayne, how can you be so dumb? Well, I mean, Dick Wayne, it's a fair question about this here. I mean, you could just answer, did you or did you not? I guess, right? Just say, did. Just say it, I guess, and that's fine. I know Koligatz was being he's giving you a hard time. But, I got to say, Dick Wayne, you earned it. You did. I mean, nuh-uh. A whole lot of times just is kind of dumb. It just shows how dumb you are. Anyway, Dick has been infuriating. Of course he is. That's why he's here. But remember, you can block him so you don't see him. You'll see him here. You'll still see him here. But you won't see him there. That's where I'm looking. Right? If he's infuriating, that's a perfectly fine option for you to do. So Dick's been on a Sov sit kick tonight. Oh, Dick, man, if you ever get pulled over and you're going to pull the Sov sit stuff, make sure you record it. Make sure you live stream it. I want to see it. I'll pay you, I'll pay you like $5 US, which is probably in Canadian enough for you to retire. So that you'll be set for life. So PhD Tony says they're working on using gravity observations to derive position during GPS spoofing. I'm not certain of the details. The sampling rate for gravimeters is not that high. That is, yeah. So surveying a couple years, 2020, like they're gonna switch, but then something happened in 2020 that caused it to not happen. But they're gonna switch from using like WGS84 to using the geoid based on gravity measurements, and then saying that I think the idea was, I've read about it, but I'm a little maybe hazy on it, but so correct me if I'm wrong. The idea was saying that sea level is some particular gravity value. It's got to be adjusted for latitude though. Anyway, and so anywhere where you get this same, it's got to be more complicated than that now that I'm thinking about it. So I'm not quite getting it correct. Anyway, they're using the variation in gravity to measure elevation changes. And with very precise measurements, they can get better than 12 digits of precision in gravity measurements. So that's enough to measure slight changes in elevation. So a very cool way to establish the shape of the Earth, because it's not just an ellipsoid then, because the ellipsoid is not perfect. Gravity varies, and the idea is that because gravity varies and centrifugal force varies, that the Earth isn't ellipsoidal, it's lumpy, and they call it the geoid. And near India, there's a lower sea level off the coast of India because of the variation in gravity. Really cool stuff. So anyway, all right. 247. I had some coffee. I gotta tell you. I had it at Cumberland. This is my Cumberland Caverns mug, where I measured gravity inside the cavern. Did a video on it. If gravity is electrostatic, then when you're under the Earth, then it must go to zero or maybe negative. It didn't. It stayed the same. Guess it's not. Anyway, ruin that one. All right. You know, somebody said no more Witspit drama. I appreciate the lack of Witspit drama. He's been very quiet. That's how he should be. But we're still going to enjoy a little chuckle at him. Anyway, everybody, thank you so much for joining me. I will be back next Tuesday. See ya.
I'm Nathan Thompson, Joe Biden. Oh, and the Earth is flat. This dude thinks the Earth is flat for me. Blah, 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 brain coach. Oh, the battery's dead. Oh, bro, like you. Hey, bro, where are my AirPods? I was like, bro, no, bro. And I'm like, what, bro? Like, I'm like, bro, cool story, bro. So I'm like, wow, I literally never saw the dude not drunk, bro. Like, literally ever, okay? It's like, dude, I gave it to you, bro. Get an F in life, bro. Hey, bro, cry me a river, bro. Oh, wow. Are you what a psycho, bro? Ha ha. Later, bro. Hello, what a psycho, bro. He said, have a nice, bro. I said, I'll pray for you, bro. Shut the F up, bro. You He's but, bro, what a weirdo. I don't call the cops. They wear pentagrams on their chest. They can only have 105 IQ. I'm not a big fan. Hey, bro, Austin's such an idiot. I'm like, what? Because I got kicked off about right. What are you kidding me, bro? You know, bouncing golf balls on hammers and juggling. It takes a little SpongeBob doll starts hitting it. What? Bob is like the OG, bro. What a loser. You going too deep, bro, dude. This is the surface, bro, dude. Like, that's not okay, bro. This doesn't add up. It's a bad look for the flat earth. I will press chargers, bro. Don't make me do this, bro. The bromance is over. You much left, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro. Oh, bro, I'm Nathan Thompson. Like, bro, like, calm down, bro. Like, alright, I'm getting bumps all over my stomach, bro. Like, they were smashing me, bro. They were feasting, that is his identity, bro. I'm Nathan Thompson. I'm effing Nathan Thompson. I am flat earth. I'm the best flat earth actress ever flattered. There's nothing without me. What a cool story, bro. He was in prison for literally nothing, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm like at 10 takes, bro. I'm not exaggerating. Like, cool story, bro. When you see the rainbow in entirety and completion, it's physical, literal evidence that the firm is still there. Rest assured, the earth's not about the flood, bro. You're good, but please stop talking crazy in the checks. I will continue to expose you. Like I said, the clip is only half empty, bro. Geo, bro. Like, love me, bro. Like, love me. I gave Geo the first bone he's ever had. Just get out, just leave, bro. No one cares. Memorize alternative things. Mr. Brain Train, Mr. Smart Genius. Guy flew out to LA and put on a duck suit and stacked toilet paper, saying it was gonna go to the moon, bro. Purposely it misspelled the most important word, bro. To shut, bro. It doesn't add up, bro. Something doesn't add up. Something's fishy here, bro. Yeah, whenever I was like, dude, if you don't stop, go crazy, I'm gonna have to fight. He would just take off all his clothes, bro. Like, what a weirdo. Thanks for much love. I need a safe word. Keep taking that higher road, bro. It'll come back to you. I'm honestly, feels disgusting and filthy. I feel like I need to take a shower.